running out of ghosts anytime soon. This is how I stayed alive all these years. Whoa! Bet they weren't planning for this. These souls are angry.
Believe me, I've seen some things.
Death comes for everyone eventually. I'm just giving time a helping hand. Stay right there! Going airborne. catching me.
I'll use my family's name, and I'm no longer ashamed of it. Barrage! I'll fight every killer. No. Clever.
but low enough for somebody who wants to just go to the range and blow through a few hundred rounds shooting at targets. I don't think that middle ground doesn't exist.
Gojo, you're so fucking retarded. I'm sorry that we can't have a fucking conversation without your fucking panties getting in a twist. Like, these people, they think they have it all fucking figured out. I'm sorry, we can't do a discussion? Is that okay with you, sir?
Tell you what, I'll throw
Am I
in a free
interrupting your
keychain.
busy day of being Don Draper, jerking off in your mom's fucking basement? Shut the fuck up. Sorry.
True.
And get banned for 10 minutes.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Think about yourself in timeout. Okay, so you don't like it. You don't like paying $5 for 9 volts.
Well, I just don't think it would ever be supported. You don't
think? Well, I mean, Democrats want to get rid of ARs completely, right?
Yeah, and how
For the
good have
most
they
part?
been at that? They haven't done that. If anything, the gun laws are like rolling back, right?
Well, they're rolling back, I would say, because of Supreme Court rulings, not necessarily because of the public will.
Sure.
The idea is that you could also... They always find ways to frame this shit in a way
I got one of those for
that's,
the
like,
missus.
really sneaky. It's like, hey, we're introducing a new tax on bullets, and every dollar from this tax is going towards kids' education and stopping online, sex trafficking and shit like that. Like, you make it... and then you call the bill the, like, Stop Killing Children bill. And then anyone who votes against it, you're like, oh, so you're against the Stop Killing Children rule. Really nice.
I think people would
that's like-
easily say, yes, I'm against it, and they would just call it, like, the bullet ban bill. The Republicans would have a different name for it, right?
Yeah, but they would, right? But the idea is, can you get enough Democrats to support it that you could pass it?
No, I don't think
and
so.
then-
I think that people would be against it because it would be like banning or removing firearms from the vast majority of America, and guns are just a really sensitive issue to push on.
So what do you think the solution is then? I mean, if you look at it objectively, poor people are committing most of the crime. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Laws are there for people who respect laws. Like, any law that you make doesn't really affect me and you because we don't break laws. We go through the bullshit to get it. Like, if I want a machine gun, I'm going to go through the paperwork to go and get a machine gun. People in Chicago who are putting, what the fuck do you call it? On their Glocks. It's like a button, bullet button or some shit. No, not the bullet button. A switch. They put a switch on their Glock, turning it into a machine gun.
Sure.
They don't care about the law. So the law doesn't do shit. So
I mean,
you need a real-
you would do it'd be laws, and then it would be like different types of enforcement mechanisms, I guess, right? So any transfer from legal to illegal, you'd have to punish these harshly. So closing things like the gun show loophole, although I don't even know how much that matters. Like things like that are what you would focus on. So legal people aren't transferring weapons to people illegally as much, and then I don't know, you
got
either make penalties
expensive
harsher for
taste.
people committing crime,
I love it.
or you would do other types of, or you would try to combat the issues that are related to why people commit crime, rather than just like fixating on the firearm part. Because by the time they're wanting to acquire a firearm to commit a crime, it might be too late to target the firearm.
Teleporting.
First off, we have a chatter who thinks they're an expert in this, so I'd like to chat with them. They're gonna come in Discord, right, Jasha? You're really confident in your views that you have this all solved. Would love to hear it. This guy's got gun violence solved. Did you know that? How fucking
You know
cool
what?
is that?
If he's in stream disagreements, drag him in.
I'm waiting for him. Come on, Jasha, let's go. Wait, Dr. K owns you? Okay, that's a see you later forever. Anyways, I think the only mechanism that works is attacks, right? Like in Chicago right now,
I
this
see
whole
someone appreciates fine craftsmanship.
Glock switch thing is an epidemic. Like people are selling them like fucking crazy out there, and that's like, isn't that like a mandatory,
You're not gonna
insane
regret
penalty for having a machine gun? Like that's a federal crime. You have a machine gun that's not registered. That's like some sort of mandatory prison time, I think.
Okay.
It's a big deal. It's like filing the serial number off of your gun type of thing.
Okay.
And people don't give a shit. They do it anyways.
Well, at the point when somebody goes to purchase an illegal firearm, it might be too late then to do anything about it. Like you should have targeted
Right.
the issues before then, right?
So that's why I'm saying the incentive should be that there's always an off-ramp if you have a gun, if you have ammunition, that there has to be I mean, if you want to actually solve it in this country, there has to be a way to turn your weapon into money. That's it. Nothing else matters.
I don't think it's so much that they've got a ton of guns around that they're like, well, fuck, I've got nothing else to do. Might as well go commit crime with my gun. I think these people probably acquire guns to commit crime.
Sure, for some of them. I mean, some of them. I mean, I think, as we said, we agree there's desperation in this. If you're poor and you have something you could sell and make money, I think that you would somehow, hopefully, a percentage of these people would instead take the non-illegal, non-put-your-life-in-danger path to get money.
Yeah, but then at that
Especially
point,
if
they're never
yeah.
going to be able to get those guns because the people that would sell them illegally or give them to them illegally, they would just turn in the guns, right?
Well, that's fine. But you would have to. The one thing you would have to do, I think, if you were going to do this, it would have to be a full, complete ban on new weapons and new ammunition being created, and then maybe have some like at a range, some type of shit where you could shoot for cheap while you're at the range, but it was like heavily monitored. You can't take it home, type of thing. Like, yeah, I think that would be the only way to do it. I don't know how else you solve this problem. Any other law or rule that you make, just it feels like it doesn't matter, is where I'm getting at. Like,
Yeah, probably doesn't affect things that much. Yeah, I would agree.
yeah, I don't think there's anything you can do aside from creating a financial incentive for people not to have guns. That's it. That is the only thing that would work.
Possibly, yeah. But I mean, it's kind of like making laws against like assaulting people to try to stop domestic violence. Like by the time two partners are like beating on each other, it's probably not very much you can do in the way of making laws against assault or battery that are going to help, right? For the gun violence, it happens in the United States. The vast majority is related to gang activity or other criminal activity. Like these are the people that you're trying to make laws for. It's pretty difficult, right?
How much of that, I wonder, do voters care about? Like, I don't mean to be like rude, but like, do Democrats really give a shit about like gangs in Chicago shooting themselves up, or do they only get insane when a kid goes into a supermarket or a school and shoots a bunch of kids? I think it's the latter. I don't think people really give a fuck about gangs shooting themselves.
I think that if you're national, you probably don't give a fuck because nobody talks about it because who cares? But if you live in those cities, I would be surprised. Like if you go to, Chicago or Baltimore or New York City or whatever, I'm sure the people running for office there are talking a lot about crime. That'd be my guess. It's like I think these are big issues locally, but nationally we just don't talk about it as much because there's not much we can do nationally about it.
Yeah.
True.
Sorry, I'm just arguing with chatters. People get so fucking butthurt about this subject, like even discussing it whatsoever makes people lose their fucking mind.
True.
Like even suggesting anything that could potentially change anything, and people lose their fucking mind as a result of it. And the reason I said bullet button, okay, is in California, they do have this thing called a bullet button. It's the cringe-ass shit where they're introducing it into the AR-15s, where if you wanted to release the magazine, you had to, like, have a tool, but then people made it so that you could use the tip of a bullet to, like, remove the magazine. Like, a removable magazine was one of, like, multiple features. And, yeah, the bullet button was born. It's not a thing anymore? Well, I haven't lived in California for 10 years. More than that. So, yeah. Okay.
Based.
Who was that guy I was yelling at again? Hold on, I gotta look through my thing. Hattie Bin. Let's see, what's his nickname here? 1 second. He was really excited. Oh, there he is.
Stay strong, buddy.
I see he's in Discord. He's in this server.
Okay, while you figure out how to drag him in, I'm listening to this guy. 1 second.
Talking about software security.
Oh, fuck. Oh. Wait, chat
What?
was right. The guy that I was talking about was this Chris Titus tech guy. He's got this whole ass tool for helping your Windows shit. But he has a video for how to basically make it work. But then in the beginning of that video, Dan, did you know that when you install Windows 11, you're supposed to choose the world region? I didn't know that.
I didn't even know there was a region. When did they add that?
It's when
And
you
what does
choose
it do?
your language. Like, it'll be like English American, English British, but there's an English world region.
What does that do?
It makes so that your Windows doesn't install like 30 random stupid fucking things in your computer. Hold on, listen to this guy. Here, pro tip for Windows 11 installers, all right? Oh my god, this is mine.
So let's get into the actual install. We'll load up a fresh VM. So this is the first trick on here, is mainly just to take the time currency format and change this to English World. From English World, you'll actually remove all like TikTok, Prime Video, all those links on your start menu. Just makes it a little bit easier, and to fix, it actually disables Microsoft Store as well, which is really nice. It's really easy to re-enable, and I'll show that. So let's just go next, and we're just going to do a fresh install. No changes from the stock settings here. Typically, I always like Windows 11 Pro. If you have home, I highly recommend upgrade.
I unplugged my network when installing, bypasses a bunch of retarded shit. I think they turned that off, Cake. Unless you've done it really recently. It used to be that you could unplug from the internet and then it wouldn't make you sign into a Windows account.
Yep.
I think.
Now it makes you like, hey, get your phone.
Yeah, I think it turns out. I think you have to do it now. Yeah.
Upgrading to Pro,
There is
use a
a way
key,
around
whatever you
it,
can
but
find,
it's
because then you can
probably
really
not
use group policy a lot easier. There's hacks to get it available at home, but a lot of times feature updates disable those. You run into problems. So I always like Windows 11 Pro if you're choosing a version. All right, with the initial install done, it's going to restart. I'll see you on the desktop. Now, on initial startup, you're going to run into this problem before hitting the desktop. It's a timeout, so it'll probably sit there for about 60 seconds, maybe up to 2 minutes, and then give you this OOBE, which is just out-of-box experience that we're going through. Let's just skip through this, and we'll just set it up as we normally would. We're going to skip the second layout. We're just going to name the device test. Next. And then on this, you always want to choose work and school if you're going to do an offline account, which I always recommend, and I've always just kind of had a habit of doing. If you have a Microsoft account and you're doing stuff through the store, you might do personal use, but I still like the old school way of doing things. We're just going to sign in options, domain join, and then we're just going to name this one test. And, or let's just go test user. Next. For password, always leave this blank when setting up a test account because you get to skip every single security questions and you just get done a lot quicker from this little hack. Obviously set a password after you log in, but this way makes it quite a bit faster. All right, and here we go. Let's see what the actual startup looks like. You can see we can still get like the Edge garbage here. We got these widgets. You have just a chat and a whole bunch of stuff right down here. Not a very great experience, but a lot better than just using English.
Letting out
With the
the
world, obviously, you can see we don't have any of the shortcut links for
Look at that.
bloatware,
Oh
whether it's
my
Amazon
God.
Prime, TikTok, all that garbage. So it's a lot better starting point. That's why I like it. And
This is
you will
definitely
notice if you launch
world
into the
versus US.
Yeah, he's got all sorts of these little tips and tricks.
I just don't understand why Microsoft is doing this stuff. Like,
They make more money on it. They
Yeah.
keep the cost of the
No.
OS down, and they collect more money later on.
I mean, I understand like turning Microsoft into a SaaS. I think that's definitely coming. But like, the only people that even like, you know how insane it used to be to try and have a local account, like the steps you would have to do. I mean, you do it, right?
I mean, wait, what was the last thing you just said?
Okay, to have a local account, like what you used to have to do is like, okay, you had to go in the BIOS and literally remove that you had a Ethernet adapter and a Wi-Fi adapter. Like you had to actually disable it for Windows to let you create an account.
Jesus.
It was like that was like
I thought it used to be. Wait, what? I thought it used to be with Windows. I think 8, and then I think 10. There was an option where it would say like log in later or something like that. You just push that.
No,
and then it was
that shit's long gone. And then the question is like, why the fuck are they doing this? The only people that are left that are doing this are like the most insane, tech-sensitive people. And now they're basically just like, it's getting to the point where they're just not gonna let you do it at all. It's like, hey, just go fuck yourself.
Yeah, because
You're gonna have a
everything has to be
Microsoft account.
online and everything. Yeah.
Your enemies will curse your name.
Let me ask you, how do you deal with people that are just so fucking stupid?
Stop
but wanna
watching
tell you
chat.
that
Just stop watching chat.
They're just so fucking dumb.
Okay,
Do you know
I'm watching
who
one more
am?
minute of this.
Oh my god.
Cybersecurity. So if you're into that or just want to hang out, hit that sub button. Really appreciate it. So first of all, Microsoft is making Recall an opt-in program. So originally when it was announced, it was going to be an opt-out program, meaning that to disable Recall, you had to, one, know Recall was enabled, and then turn it off, meaning that you had to opt out of the program. Recall is now an opt-in program, which overall is obviously a good thing, but I have had weird instances on my own personal computer where features like Cortana, for example, that I disable when I turn Windows on, when I install Windows on my computer,
Comes back.
magically get turned on without my permission or consent.
It's either whenever you do like any random update or whatever. Yes, I fucking hate this, and it happens with OneDrive as well. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this.
So I don't know if that's a misconfiguration thing, if that's a marketing thing where Windows or Microsoft are trying to push their features and turning them on without my consent. But I have seen that happen before. Not only me, but people around the community have had like magical Microsoft Windows features turn on by themselves. So if that's going to be the case with the Recall, not a huge fan of that. But I mean, at least we're going in the correct direction where we're making it so that it's not on by default. The example that I give with all of these things is I think of my grandmother who doesn't know anything about computers and is what should be thought of as like the default user of software. If she is not able to even understand the technology or understand or consent to the technology and just have this repository of information about her browsing history or computing habits, I think that's a bad thing. I think the average user should not be subjected to that without consenting to it. So opt-in is a step towards getting consent, right? The Recall database now says that it will only be decrypted once you've authenticated through the Windows Hello program. The Windows Hello program is effectively, they use not biometric authentication, but you have to either show your face or your fingerprint or some other like I am actually this person kind of authentication that's processed in the CPU to decrypt that database. Now the question is, does that mean that if I log into my computer with Windows Hello, the database is now decrypted until I log out? Is it when the window is locked? Is it when the desktop is locked? How long does that data stay decrypted at rest? Because if any kind of malware is on the computer and they want access to that data, all they're going to do is wait until I'm properly authenticated to access that data and then just steal it all. I think the core of my issue with the Recall program is that there is literally just a corpus of data that is on my computer that I don't want to be on my computer, right? It would be like if I stored all of my personally identifiable information about me and my family and my kids, like socials, tax returns, school records, I don't know, all that stuff in one folder and just hoped that it was never accessible at the wrong time. That's why I have literally in that closet is like a cabinet full of records that no one can get to unless you're in my house in the backmost room of my
And now he just told us how to find them and how to get to them.
house, right? I'm literally in my basement right now. So I think that in and of itself, just having that data anywhere is a threat. Now, obviously, making it authenticated and making it decrypted at the right time is a step in the right direction, right? I mean, originally, the data was just decrypted when BitLocker was decrypted, which means that if the system is on, the data was decrypted. That was a huge security oversight on Microsoft's part. I'm not really sure how that got through any kind of security review, given that if the computer is enabled, the database is encrypted, therefore it is not encrypted at rest. Like it's encrypted at rest, but in like a weird, scummy marketing way where like it's not really, you can just sell it like that legally. I don't know. Wasn't a big fan of that. Now, also in the blog post, they did update with like some major security points to try to, I think, ease some of the fears about Recall. First of all, snapshots are stored locally. Copilot PC is a powerful AI that work on your device's behalf. No internet or cloud connections are used to store and process snapshots. So that is one thing that's like reassuring. They're not gonna like take your screenshot, send it off to the magical, Microsoft Cloud Center, process it there. It is happening locally on your own AI processor. Snapshots are not shared. So this has gotten people a little nervous because they say that snapshots are not shared, but like this is the crux of every argument about corporate data collection. Okay, so like the snapshots aren't shared, right? But is the optical character recognition data, the metadata that is stored in that database, is that now anonymized and then like sold to Google as ad data so they can give me personalized ads? I mean, there are even ads that are paid out to Microsoft and Google in browsers like Edge, for example. And if this is just another clever way of collecting personalization data, I don't think that's right. I don't know if that's happening or not. I'm just saying there is the potential for that kind of overreach to happen. I mean, so like my wife and I share Instagram reels with each other, and I know for a fact that the minute I install Instagram on my iPhone, I get more personalized ads, and I get ads about things that we are talking about. Like they are probably collecting microphone data and anonymizing it for personalized.
Okay, I don't know if this has changed in the past couple years, but I thought that multiple people tried to do investigations on this to figure out if you just randomly talking would be recorded and then used to serve you ads, personalized ads in the future. I feel like every single time that was investigated, it never ended up being the case. Has there been like a new, like reputable source that has investigated this to see if this is the case, or?
As ad experience, some legal bullshit. But it is not uncommon for this to happen. So while the snapshots themselves are not shared, is the metadata about them shared? What's going on with that? You will know when Recall is saving snapshots. So like if you have an iPhone, for example, you get a little light that lights up when the camera is being used, when your location is being used, when your Bluetooth is being used. So now they're gonna have a little thing that says, hey, watch, Recall is actively taking screenshots, which again, step in the right direction, but it doesn't fully fix the problem of the fact they're taking screenshots in general. Digital rights manager in private browsing snapshots are not saved. So basically, if you are using a piece of content that overtly supports DRM or has in private browsing in a way that the Windows kernel knows about, it will not capture those.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'll
They
keep
could
them on
serve
their
you ads
toes.
based on who or what people are accessing on your Wi-Fi network. I didn't really consider that. I guess you'd have basically the same IP address, so you'd, so it's possible that they could locate ads like that or serve ads like that.
Ready
I
to
guess
teleport.
Snapshots.
Getting
But again,
ready to
this isn't
teleport.
security by default. Like I have to now go into a more secure mode to avoid the snapshots. Now again, at this point, obviously, if you're using this program, you've opted in, so I guess you kind of know about that. I'm not super sure how I feel about that one. And then this is a big one: enterprise and customer choice. So this was a big concern for people that worked as like IT administrators at big companies. Are they going to have to now administer and monitor the Recall databases on every Copilot-enabled PC that exists in their network? There's some corporate networks that have literally thousands, tens of thousands of PCs, and if they have to worry about a single compromise removing the security of the last, if it's gone on for a long enough time, 5 years of collected data, that's a really, really, really bad thing. So I think they're going to give, at the group policy probably level, the ability for IT admins to control this, and by that, likely everyone that I know is going to disable this feature, right? No one in their right mind at the corporate IT level is going to use this feature. We're on a journey to build products and experiences that live up to our company mission to empower people and organizations to achieve more, and are driven by the critical
not the
importance of
day for
maintaining our
idealism.
customers' privacy, security, and trust. More corpo bullshit. I don't know, dude. I'm gonna make a whole separate video about this. I genuinely believe that AI is evil. And what I mean by that is like
man.
the technology itself, LLMs, the math and the science behind AI is all well and good. But we are just creating another excuse for companies to shill things at us that we don't need in exchange for metadata collection to improve ad experiences. I think that AI is going to be, in 10 years, the Facebook of 2016, right? It was a feature that started out as a good thing, and once companies realized that they could slurp up a little bit of anonymized metadata and use that to shill ads, I don't see why they wouldn't. And this just seems like another way of getting really scary personal information about people and knowing their trends, that like every Wednesday, again, going back to the news example, every Wednesday, Danielle searches for purses on eBay and now they know to send her ads and shit like that. I don't know, man. It just scares me. I hope you're not too scared by this. I hope that this goes in the correct, again, it's trending in the right direction. They're making it a little more secure, but just the fact that we even have programs like this, features like this, makes me a little weird. I don't know. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, if you thought it was weird, or if you want to tell me what you think, put it in the comments down below. Hit subscribe. Also, I feel like no one knows this, but I stream on Twitch. If you want to hang out with me live, I do stream on twitch.tv/lowlevellearning. Might be live right now, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks, guys.
Wow.
Things don't seem small.
Oh, this guy. Who actually cares about this? For 99.9% of people, their data is used for targeted ads, which is harmless. People like this dude harp so much on cybersecurity without realizing that there are nobody from the perspective of
Allow
Microsoft.
me to provide
Yeah, I feel like
the age-old question.
harping on like the anonymous stuff and being like, oh, like they can track you. I don't think that that's very good. Like, it sounds spooky, but like, who the fuck cares, actually? There should be more focus on the idea of having these like huge databases collecting a ton of information about you and how these things could be compromised. But another thing is that we've kind of become indifferent to that because like how many times has like, oh, 35 million more social security numbers, got leaked, or, 20 million accounts. I feel like it happens so much that people are like indifferent to it at this point as well, so.
Well, there was this recent one that's insane. Did you see it? Like, pretty much like, I don't want to say everyone's social security number was leaked, but I would say like half of America's social security number, like full information was leaked. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, I felt like I saw this was this a few months ago?
No, it was like a week or two ago.
Oh, then never mind. Then I'm thinking of something different. Yeah.
Because he, on the campaign trail, argues these counterfactuals that Putin was afraid of him, that Putin wouldn't have invaded Ukraine if he had been president.
Well, he has a point in a couple of areas. In that first year of the Trump administration, I tell the story of how we imposed more sanctions on Russian entities in that 1 year than the previous 8 years of the Obama administration. And the really
Just
critical
posted the
decision,
link
though,
in chat.
Margaret, I think, was to provide the Ukrainians
Don't
with
fucking
defensive
mock me.
capabilities, especially in the form of Javelin missiles.
Right.
But in the area of inconsistency, I also tell the story about how that support was suspended, to get evidence of the Biden family's corrupt activities in Ukraine.
The grounds for impeachment, which
Right,
basically
absolutely.
you're saying were justified.
Right. So there's an element in the story about how he can make really sound decisions and disrupt
You're
things
about
that
to make
need
some
to be
magic
disrupted in
happen,
terms
my
of
friend.
foreign policy and national security, but oftentimes struggles to hang on to those decisions and see them through.
Wow.
Because he, on the campaign trail, argues.
Somebody asked if this was Jesse.
We're in Hollywood making movies right now because of us. Because they believe in us and what we're doing. I'm on the phone with every studio at night. Insurance companies. Producers. And they're looking at us and using us to make their movies. We are creating thousands of jobs. I don't ever want to see it again. Ever. And if you don't do it, you're fired. And I see you do it again, you're fired. Anyone on this crew does it. That's it. And you too, and you too, and you. If you ever do it again. That's it.
I can get around them.
Don't call me. You can tell it to the people that are losing their phones because our industry is shut down. It's not going to put food on their table.
Not today.
I mean, if you're fucking shit up, they can get your. This was confirmed fake. The witty link or your permanent ban. Good luck.
Here. You're trying to kill me. Need to plan this out.
Just kidding.
I like giving him a timer.
Too
It's
late.
good.
I'll outthink them. I need this
Democrats
to work.
spent fucking 4 years
I
calling
was thinking
Trump
about
a
using
fat.
this as a tweet, but I'd have to modify it somehow. It's too much work.
Using what as a tweet?
That Tom Cruise freaking out. It's like when a Redact employee asks for some time off.
Thanks.
Yeah. People freaking out, Dan talking over clips again. Well, if I could fucking hear what Steve was playing, I would know, okay? And it's also on him. He's just autistically clicking fucking YouTube links. Am I supposed to psychically know that he's, like, clicked into something? Maybe you should go fucking read some boring-ass Wikipedia shit, and then I don't have to fucking worry about it, okay?
Do you want me to? Should I just always be piping my audio into here? Because I can do that.
Hype your... Yeah, I think you should, maybe. Why don't we do that? And then you never have to do, like, the, okay, start now.
Can you hear me right now?
Or what you could do is, I guess you could share... I don't know. I was going to say you could share your screen, and that would have audio on it.
What do you think this thing even is? Is it this? Can you hear me right now? Hello, hello? Fuck. there is a way to do this. Testing. 1, 2. Start testing. Nope. Okay.
So what'd you do in the studio?
Oh, he's gonna be mad because I can't talk to him right now.
Hello?
Oh, shit.
Sir?
Stay
Sir?
2 steps ahead of death, my friend.
Wait, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes.
Oh wait, hold on. Give me. I'm figuring out how to pipe my audio into you.
You would just screen share. That would be the easiest way, because then you can turn it on
Thanks.
and off.
Thanks.
Yeah.
That doesn't really
You're
work,
welcome.
but thank you.
It does. It does if you share your a monitor or a virtual monitor.
Yeah, thank you.
'cause then
But
the
it's
audio
but
will
it's
be
I
there.
have 2 computers, which is what makes it more complicated. So, but there is a way to do it. I just need to figure out which output this is. Just give me.
My
okay?
friend,
Don't worry about it. Okay, let the big
survival
boy
is
do that.
paramount.
Do the big boy stuff. Okay. Thank you. Oh, fuck. I bet you have to turn on... You absolutely have to turn this on. Okay, I'll do a sample stream. Fuck this. Because I'm using that. Yep. And then I'm using that. Yep. And then I'm using this. This plays here, right? Yep. Testers. And then that goes to my headphones. This would be the next one. No. Oh, yeah. What have you been up to lately, Dan? Anything exciting?
No, not really.
Okay.
Just working a lot. Staying busy. Day by day.
That's cool.
Yeah. You know, so we have our show on Wednesday with Dick, and then we have another one on Friday with the ex-Twitch employee.
Oh,
Aren't
shit.
you hyped? Yeah.
I'm so hyped. Hopefully this doesn't
I'm
kill
so
my
hyped.
audio. 1 second. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah?
Wait, does this still work? Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. And then this. Okay. Boom. S video. Okay, can you hear me right now? Hello? Really? He can't hear this? No shot. Do you think he's fucking with me? Go back here. Hello, hello. Shit, hold on. Okay, close Discord, open it again. Oh fuck, it's because I didn't do this. Never mind, he probably really couldn't hear me. Okay, wait. Click this. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. I fixed everything.
Alright.
Can you hear Asmon now?
I'll just
Nope.
say it.
Oh.
Democrats spent fucking 4
Yeah, I do.
years.
Oh my god.
Okay.
The Democrats spent 4 years? Why would they do that?
Good question.
That's wacky.
All right, good luck.
Calling Trump a fascist, a dictator, that he took over the election, and that he was some kind of fucking terrible person who was going to remove voting. And they did it for so fucking long. And then by the time that he actually tried to do it on January 6th, everybody blew it off because they're sick of fucking hearing it for the last 4 fucking years. People are fucking tired. So it's the boy who cried wolf. It's like, he didn't do it, it's fascism. Then he finally tries to do it, and people are like, oh yeah, sure, oh yeah, he tried that again, I bet he did. People are fucking exhausted. So they were right, but not at the right time. That's the problem, is if you constantly say something's gonna happen, eventually when it happens, people are gonna be fatigued from hearing it for so long before it happened that they're not gonna take it seriously.
What does that mean? Like, you've been saying this guy is coming to your house to murder you for like a week, and now when he finally shows up,
Hitler's coming to kill these Jews.
Now
What's
when he
your
finally
problem?
shows
I'm
up,
just
no one
so
gives a
tired.
fucking. Yeah, what is? I don't even. Okay.
That's what happens. So if you're not direct and honest about things, and you constantly exaggerate everything, and you turn everything into a hyperbole, people train themselves to take you less seriously. So when a problem actually happens and an issue legitimately occurs, that it's not taken seriously because there's been so much other escalation. So you have people that are actual fucking Nazis that are talking about legitimate Nazi stuff, and people are like, oh yeah, they said Kanye West was a Nazi. Oh yeah, they say these people are Nazis. But so the water gets so muddy that you can't have any conversation about it. It's the same thing as somebody saying, oh, well, you can't have any type of price regulations, or that's just communism.
Didn't they say? I don't think they said Kanye was a Nazi. They just said he was an anti-Semite. And
Wait, for who?
For Kanye.
Oh, people probably called him a Nazi. I think I called him a Nazi. He's just describing the Trump fatigue, which is an actual phenomenon, even minus the turning everything into a hyperbole thing. People are just so tuned out because there's a new awful thing every single fucking day. Yeah, sure, but the issue is that somehow conservatives were allowed to hijack that narrative on, like, blaming not the source of the fatigue, but people reporting on the source of the fatigue. Like, yeah, people reported on a lot of Trump craziness because Trump was fucking insane. But you can't say, like, okay, fine, we're tired of hearing about it, but you all still support him, so clearly you're not tired of hearing about it, you just don't agree with it. That's the issue. The problem with the Trump fatigue wasn't that people were tired of hearing about it, so they didn't agree with the criticisms. That's the issue. Isn't this a similar analogy to what you say about people are starving in Gaza? Yeah, but the difference is that Trump actually did try to take over the election, and I don't think anybody has starved to death in Gaza. That the difference is like the actual reality of what's happening.
We have 1 million fucking price regulations right now. At this exact fucking moment. Right now we have price regulations. But people use these words. They're escalating everything to such a massive fucking degree of rhetoric. And guess what? It seems that way. Yeah, and it's coming. That's not the way it works. Is America communist? I wouldn't fucking say so.
Is there anything that's
So yes.
unusually high in price?
Crazy.
You think?
What do you mean by that?
Like, is there something as a result of heavy regulation costs way more than it should? Like, I guess an example of this might be gas, right? There's a lot of tax to buy gas. Same thing with cigarettes.
I feel like people... Gas in my mind is like video games. I feel like people think that gas should always be the same price no matter what.
No, I don't think that. I mean, I guess a good example would be cigarettes. Cigarettes obviously do not cost... How much is a pack of cigarettes now?
I don't know, but I know my grandma used to be able to buy a carton of them for $20 at the commissary. Or no, at the Base Exchange a long time ago.
Yeah. When I was in the Coast Guard, I could buy a cheap-ass pack of cigarettes for $2.50. I don't fucking... It's probably like $10 a pack right now, if I had to guess.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. There's no fucking way. $10 to $15? So yeah, that's an example of something that, because of regulation, is like... It's all regulation on that, right?
I have no idea.
Like, what do
It might be. My guess
It
is
has
it would
to
probably
be.
be taxes and stuff. Yeah.
Like, how much do you think it costs to make a pack of cigarettes? Can't be much.
That I doubt it's changed much, right? Or if anything, it's probably gotten cheaper, right?
Yeah. Nobody thinks about the cigarette smokers, you know? I wonder where all that tax goes. It should be going to good things. I guarantee you it's not. It's probably going to some fucking bullshit.
Well, I mean, ideally, everything our government spends money on is a good thing, right? No?
No.
Does our government spend money on bad things?
Well, I think that
Today
there
you're
should be some
making
parity
history.
sometimes. Like when you tax something, I think that some of that should be earmarked to stop whatever. Like as an example would be like if you were going to do a tax on bullets, it would make sense that all of the money that you collected as a result of that would go towards gun, violence protection or some bullshit like that.
I don't think that's always the case. I think maybe with some
Yeah,
very
well, it's
niche
not
things.
always. I'm just saying.
No, I
sometimes.
don't know if it should always be the case, or if it should ever be. It just depends on like what type of tax you're suggesting. Because if you end up raising a fuck ton of money that like far outstrips whatever you'd spend it on for that particular problem, and now you're like fucked into having to spend it on that particular problem, you can end up in a weird world. One of the funny things when I was looking up that people get mad at Kamala for supporting that Minnesota bail fund. When I was looking that up, that bail fund, I want to say they were making like. I want to say it was like 30 to 50,000 a year in donations to bail people out. And when Kamala tweeted it during BLM, they ended up getting like it was millions of dollars. It was way more than they'd ever had before, and they were like literally scrounging around for people to bail out of prison because they had so much fucking money that they had so much trouble spending it. And you have to because it's I think it was a 501c3 or something. They had to spend it on that particular thing.
Sure.
Yeah. So.
Tried to do.
If you're looking to
people being
survive,
fucking ass
you
mad
came to
about
the
the
right
price
place.
fixing shit. How much money do Democrats want Kroger's to make? They can't be like what is their margin? Like 3% or something?
It's
a fucking
within what
supermarket.
you'd expect it to be. I doubt that there's much going on there. People are just like looking for somebody to blame for high prices and shit.
But why is Kamala feeding into it then?
Because it's a popular talking point.
Not good. It's like it's retarded.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess
she's
Democrats
probably-
they have this shit, right? So this is like the are we the baddies? It's like are we the retarded ones? Like this shit, like yeah, we're gonna destroy
my
Publix and
friend.
Albertsons.
You just upped your survivability
and we're
by
gonna
at least
ban
30%.
AR-15s, even though they don't kill anyone more than handguns or something. Like, that's the moment for Democrats? They
Sure, but
just realize
it
they're
won't.
retarded.
But it won't happen because that'll never pass. Because as soon as it gets to like staffers and people doing research on the legislation, they'll tell them like, "Hey, if you want to pass this, okay, but we're literally going to destroy the entire economy." And then they'll be like, "Well, we tried, but we can," and blah blah blah. It'll be something like that.
Have you followed at all the whole like cost of McDonald's Big Mac meal
Nope.
shenanigans? How much do you think a Big Mac meal costs?
A whole meal?
Yeah. Don't look at chat. What do you think? Just a regular one, not supersized. I don't even know if they do supersize anymore. That's how long it's been since I've been to McDonald's.
I don't know. My gut is saying like probably $9 to $11.
I think it's more than that. Let's see. Okay, it is $13. $13.79 here.
Here or on average?
Here in Miami Beach.
So what's the average then?
I don't fucking know. I just googled Miami Beach. Seems high. It's a lot of money for a fucking meal. I remember buying a cheeseburger for 72 cents at McDonald's. Unbelievable.
On average, it's $9.29 for a Big Mac combo right now.
What's the minimum wage?
Federally
average?
or?
No, just the average across the states.
I'm not sure.
Can you do that?
I don't think
I
people
guess per
normally
cap-
average
per-
the minimum
Per
wage across
capita? What is there? I bet there's a figure that's like the cost of living time tied in with the minimum wage or something like that. It's like how much? I don't know. Just wonder how much these numbers have differed over the years, the two of them.
Well, it's hard because
How
very
much is-
few people even get paid minimum wage, so it's hard to like. People talk about the minimum wage all the time, but not that many people actually get paid minimum wage, so it's not as important as some people seem to think. Although minimum wage probably influences other wages. So. Like if the minimum wage is $7.25, I'm sure people hire at like $8.50 or whatever. But if the minimum wage was $8, then people might hire at like $9.50 or something. You know, who knows?
Yeah. Well, what do you put the Steven odds at Kamala winning right now?
I feel like it's pretty high. I'd say 70% plus, but a lot can happen between now and the election.
So 70% of the time, Kamala is winning. It does look bad for Trump. You saw he fucking backed out of the
debate.
At least I read that.
Yeah.
He did back out of the debate today with some bullshit. Like, what do you think Trump's gonna do? He's got to do something fucking crazy. Because the thing that is, I think, fucking him is he has the far right like declaring war on him, saying that he's like a shill to Israel right now.
Well, that's just like the Nazi far right, who are a pretty small percentage of the overall party, but
they're very vocal though.
They are, yeah. And they're not very good at pushing back against them. You know?
Is there anything Trump could do? A new VP pick? Like if he dumped Vance and he picked up actually, I don't think RFK matters. I thought about this before. I thought he did,
much, yeah.
but I don't. I was trying to imagine: is there any voters out there that were going to vote for RFK that are now going to vote for Trump? I actually don't know if that's. I bet that's single-digit percentage points. Because remember, a lot of the RFK people are like anti-vaxxers. I mean, at least that's my gut instinct. And like Trump is like the vax creator.
Yeah, although he's kind of tried to, I think, distance himself from that. I don't think he brags about that anymore, but tossing Vance would look really bad, but getting rid of Biden could also look really bad, and they got rid of Biden, and they cooed him with Kamala.
Who would be the best VP for Trump? Wait, well, who? Actually, here's a better question. Who right now is not energized by Trump that was before that would need to get energized?
So here's the issue. I feel like Pence looks good. It doesn't look bad for Dems to force out Biden because it was solving a problem to win the election. It was a strategic decision. You are delusional, but okay. I think the issue, or I think Pence was a good pick because Pence like shored up your evangelical base, and Trump was so unconventional. That'd be my guess, was like the rationale, the thought process behind picking Pence. But now there is no more moderate or average conservative. Now they're all Trump fanatics. So I don't think you need to do like an unconventional pick. Or not, I shouldn't say unconventional. You don't have to find somebody so much different than Trump. I think now you should focus on somebody that synergizes them, because Trump is the cancer that has rotted the conservative base, and they're all like pro-Trump now. So you don't have to worry about trying to get your non-Trump voters. You just need to energize and turn out your existing base. So I feel like he should have just picked somebody that like synergizes super well with him. That's what I would feel. But
who isn't motivated by Trump right now, and why? Because he hasn't changed too much, I don't feel.
I think he has changed a lot.
Really?
Yes. I think
what do you think's different?
Coming in before, in the first election, he was like an outsider. There was promise.
Oh yeah, that's different. Yeah. There was.
And I've talked about this a lot. There's like, you have the issue with populists. I think I said this 8 years ago. 8 years ago. And then 4 years ago again. You have a problem with populists where they always promise the world and they can't deliver you anything because populism is brain rot. It's never effective. People are usually retarded, and they're supported by retards. So he already had one run at it, and nothing really fundamentally changed. Nothing was that amazing. Nothing like got crazy. Like, it was just Trump. And for people that saw his flaws, people saw his flaws, and there were a lot of flaws. So he had one run at it. He tried a second time, and he lost that election, which really hurts. But then, between that election and now, for some reason, the one thing that conservatives had going for them was, at the very least, they had like hype and positivity, like make America great again. Like, it feels cool. You have honor in your country. It's like, yeah, this is the pro-USA party. Hillary wants to keep America great. She calls us deplorables. These people don't want to make America great again like we do. Somehow, over the past year, really 4 years, because Trump has been so fixated on the election loss and trying to say that it was fraud and fake and he didn't really lose, he comes off as a loser.
Like a loser?
Yes, because he focuses on his loss. Yeah, and he really feels like a fucking loser. And even if you're a Trump fan, you got to admit, it's kind of like, do I really want to hear him talk about the voter fraud again? Like, it's just, you don't get pumped up for that. And I will give Democrats huge credit for this. They managed to sweep out from under Trump all of the prior like Republican lock points, which is like pride in your country, the USA, even like being supportive of the military and NATO. And having white people, like the Democrats have gotten on top of all of these things. So now the only thing that Trump has left is he's literally like a big ball of fiery fucking hatred. And that's exhausting. Like, it's not righteous anger directed in any positive place. It just comes across as like a guy who's like inting his mid lane and he's 0-20, but his team won't forfeit and the enemy team's having too much fun to end the game. Like, that's what it feels like. He's just salty as fuck. And everything he's saying, I think, comes off as salty as fuck. He's still got big support in his main base, but I think that's like flipping the switch, or has begun to flip the switch on people.
There's a lot of people, I think, that don't want to go back to every day the news being the world is falling apart because Trump just did something crazy. Do you remember how that was when Trump was in office?
I understand what you're saying, but
yeah,
I think there are people that like that. I think that was an energizing point. But right now, you just haven't gotten that. Trump over the last 4 years has just come across as like a whiny loser. Like, that's it. I think people would like that. Oh, Trump is shaking things up again in the world. Everybody does think it's over because Trump, because he's so cool. But now it's just like, yeah, voter fraud, Kamala, the names.
I'm not disagreeing that like Trump's kind of old news right now, for sure, right? Like he's the same shit. I won the last election by a lot, and they stole it from me, and we're gonna win for the third time. You know, it's like okay, sure. Like, not a lot of Republicans probably believe that, right? But he just won't. He's so fucking mad that he lost. It's destroyed him internally, right? It's like actually fucking like, I don't want to say bruised his ego, is fundamentally changed him as a person. It's all he can talk about is that he won for real. No, they're faking it. I won. And I think I disagree a little bit. I think a lot of the support for Trump for his first term, roll the damn clip of saying this before, he was supposed to be the chosen one. He was a fucking billionaire coming in that would not give a shit what the fuck what was the status quo. He was going to come in there and hey, fuck you.
Yeah.
Pharmacy prices are cheaper. I don't give a shit. I don't need your money. I'm a billionaire. Suck my dick. Yeah. And that was actually fucking based. But then he didn't do that. He was just like, I want to be richer and more powerful. And it's like, bro, what the fuck?
Yeah. I think you also, because of all the negativity, they had a huge problem to where it was like a dog chasing cars. All of their campaigning was negatively focused on Biden and not much to do with, they have no policy platform, and they didn't fixate on positive things from Trump. And so when Biden stepped out and now it's Kamala, now it's like, oh shit, okay, well, she's black and a woman, so we can hit those two things. Like, that's it. And it's just like so negative and so hateful and so not like energetic. I don't know, just it feels really depressing. But there's still time between the election and now to see if they can turn it around or do something different, but yeah.
I guess all we can do is predict as if the election was today. So how do you think the popular vote is going to go? What's going to be, like, call the numbers as you see it today?
I have no idea. I'd have to look at the per state. It's still really close on the swings, isn't it?
Well, I'm just talking about right now, like the total, because I feel like Kamala is going to fucking kill it with women. I mean, I do. I feel like she's going to kill it with women. But I wonder if it's going to be like, what's the previous biggest beat that we've had in an election of Republican versus Democrat?
I mean, Biden's popular vote wasn't it like 5 million over? That was pretty big.
I'm curious of the last elections. Let's see. Okay, here we go. He only had a 4.5%. Obama versus McCain was 7.2. That was pretty big. And then Clinton versus Dole, 8.5. Oh my God. Ronald Reagan versus Mondale, 18% difference. Holy fucking Jesus.
Reagan versus who?
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. And then 64, Lyndon Johnson versus Barry Goldwater. Don't let Jews in office. 22% right there. Yeah. I'm wondering how bad this one could be. Trump's gonna be. You know the good part also is that the last time shit almost fell off the fucking rails, and that was because all of Trump's people were kind of apart, right? Like, it's a lot easier to make the country kind of fall into chaos when you're still in charge, you're running shit. Now, I feel like his options would be super limited. Like, he can't really do much. What is he gonna be like? We need to go march on the Capitol? Like, I feel like he's called for crazy shit to happen before, and not that many people shown up. Now, it could be different this time, but there was an example of him like, we want everyone coming down to Manhattan for the trial, and there was like 4 people who showed up for the trial or something like that.
Yeah, the problem is he always has to have like the plausible deniability, and he's not courageous enough to actually do like a real rebellion or revolt, or to because he's like cucked into speaking codedly. I guess it's kind of like Russia versus Ukraine. Like, if Russia could just say, we're going to war with this country, we're going to do a full mobilization of the entire population, we're going to go, but instead Putin always has to be like, well, it's a special military operation, we're just mobilizing a very small percentage, and like Trump is kind of the same way, because he's a fucking coward. But yeah, he's
absolute power. I guess it literally does corrupt absolutely.
No, Trump was already corrupt coming into office. He was already a fucking retard the entire time. He said the 2012 election was rigged, and 2012. 2012. Yeah, he said that one was rigged too. In 2016, his first big issue was the Obama birther thing. He tried it with Kamala even again, saying she wasn't born in the U.S. Like, there's, yeah.
No, I remember. I want to Arrive Cool. I don't know if that's how he said it, but they're already talking about doing court challenges, leaked audio. They have this huge plan. Let me tell you, I'm not worried about any of that shit for the same reason I said. Trump maybe, like, have you seen the video of Trump going out being like, we don't need you to vote, we already got so many votes, everything's cool. Like, why would you say that? Because he's so fucking retarded. He thinks that whatever, like, cockamamie strategy he might have with, like, people in fucking Georgia election offices that are going to be like, oh, these ones don't count. Bro, that only works if you're in charge.
And if it's really, really, really close.
And if it's true, you're going to be fucked, bro. What do you think? Like, let's say that you do that, and you have, like, a bunch of people in Georgia and swing states that are like diehard Trumps, and they like are throwing out votes. They're like, I got a newsflash for you, bro. You're not in charge. Those people will get investigated, and they're gonna be fucked.
Yeah.
Oh man. I mean, it's not gonna work.
Yeah.
And I don't know what is his strategy of saying this. Like,
he doesn't have one. He's always been retarded. He is retarded, and he's always been retarded. There is no grand strategy. He's a lucky guy. He was in the right place at the right time.
I got it.
Yeah. Yes. Right place, right time. That's literally it.
Yeah. It's interesting. Interesting stuff. It's too bad.
What'll be interesting is seeing what the Republican Party looks like post-Trump. We'll see if he's still going to try to run again in 4 years.
Man, do you think? No, he won't do that. But do you think? Do you think the Republican Party has now changed? It sounds cringe to say, but like the fascist party or whatever, or like the, I don't know, the King Party.
I think that there's going to be kind of a vacuum after Trump is gone, and it's just going to depend on who like cleans up afterwards. But there's going to have to be, the thing is, there's going to have to be like brave leadership in the Republican Party to make these decisions, and the Republicans have no good leaders right now in media or in politics. They kind of do, but they killed all of those people. They got rid of all of them. So, but yeah. There's just somebody's going to have to come out in media too and say like, okay, hey, you know what? We're going to start having, some level of decorum, some level of conservative value, some level of Americanism is going to come back. But it's so hard for.
I don't think so. I think it only gets worse and more hatred. Like, they're trying to trans your kids. Only Donald Trump Jr. can go out there and kill them all. And
I don't think I know what you're saying, but I think that the only reason why this platform made it as far as it, I think there's two things. One is Republicans are already primed to believe in retarded shit, more so than Democrats for whatever reason. But also because Trump sold this largely on his charisma. Trump is just a really good speaker. He's really funny. He's got a unique way of communicating to audiences like this. And Trump is a really unique guy. Once he's here and once he's gone, that was like a unique moment in time for that person. Nobody else can do what he did and take the reins like that. So just having like if you just have like a hateful piece of shit without any of the riz, they're just going to come across as like weird and hateful. Nobody's going to support that person. I think.
You had a USB thing just unplugged, real, by the way.
Good.
Let you know
I
that.
like it. Yeah.
Yeah. I spent a day once because I had USB, that noise happening intermittently. It was driving me fucking insane to the point where I was like, okay, I'm gonna log and find out where this is coming from. And they don't make it easy on you. I'll say that. I never found out, but it stopped. So it knew I was coming for it. Oh, you know what's interesting? Did you know that there's a folder with every screenshot that you've taken?
Yeah.
On Windows?
Yeah, pretty crazy.
That is fucking crazy that's there. I feel like a lot of people do not know that that's there.
Nope. I think I screenshotted something and I moved over to either click it to do a snip or something, and then it opened a thing on the side. I was like, wait, what? And then I clicked it. It was like,
yeah,
oh,
you're like, what the fuck? Wait, see, there's a lot of people that don't know. So,
yep.
See, I mean, we're all gonna go there together. We're gonna explore. See, users, your username. I think it's just pictures and then screenshots. That's where you're going. You're going there, and you're gonna be like, what the fuck? This folder is fucking huge, and there's so many screenshots of stuff I don't want in here. Imagine not knowing this. Well, I feel like there's a lot of people that don't know this.
Yep.
And also, I don't feel like that's not a failure of the consumer not to know that. That's a failure of Microsoft not to inform you when you press print screen that it's saving a copy in a folder forever. Do not blame the consumer for bad decisions from Microsoft.
Yep. Okay, playing this.
Do it, and people are like, oh yeah, sure, oh yeah, he tried that again, I bet he did. People are fucking exhausted. So they were right, but not at the right time. That's the problem, is if you constantly say something's gonna happen, eventually when it happens, people are gonna be fatigued from hearing it for so long
It was over the course of one presidency.
before it happened that they're not gonna take it seriously. That's what happens. So if you're not direct and honest about things, and you constantly exaggerate everything, and you turn everything into a hyperbole, people train themselves to take you less seriously. So when a problem actually happens, and an issue legitimately occurs, that it's not taken seriously because there's been so much other escalation. So you have people that are actual fucking Nazis, that are talking about legitimate Nazi stuff, and people are like, oh yeah, they said Kanye West was a Nazi. Oh yeah, they say these people are Nazis. But so the water gets so muddy that you can't have any conversation about it. It's the same thing as somebody saying, oh, well, you can't have any type of price regulations, or that's just communism. We have a million they're escalating everything to such a massive fucking degree of rhetoric, and guess what? It seems that way. Yeah, and that's not the way it works. Is America communist? I wouldn't fucking say so. So yes, it's crazy. Millions of language in the world should speak facts. Yes, then they were right, so we should just ignore it since they spoke too soon. Yes, absolutely. So they were right. Yes, if you say something, if you say it's raining today, and you go outside and it's not raining, then you were wrong. You can't say, I think this person's going to do something, and then say, oh, they're doing this, it's not happening, and then when it does happen, expect everybody to take it seriously.
I look forward to having Asman on our election night special. It's gonna be.
The problem is he's pretending like people are making like discrete claims about time and day, and that's not the same as making like a general observation of a trend. It's like saying like, hey, if you eat only chocolate M&Ms every single day, you're gonna get sick. And it's like, huh, let's see. And then like 2 weeks goes by and the guy's not sick. It's like, listen, you're going to get sick if you keep doing it. It's like, okay, let's see. And then like 2 more weeks, and then eventually like 3 months goes by and he's like, fuck, and he like crashes hard with like fucking scurvy or some bullshit. And then he's in the hospital and the guy's like, bro, I told you, if you only eat M&Ms and that's it, you're gonna get sick. And the guy's like, yeah, but why would I listen to you? You were saying this for like weeks and months before it happened. Like, you good job, you happened to get right. No, it wasn't that you happened to get it right at one discrete moment in time. It's not like somebody's trying to call a coin flipping. They're trying to call an avalanche starting. And they're not really sure at what point the avalanche is going to start, but they're saying like, hey, there's a lot of accumulated stuff here, and hey, it seems like we're getting to a point where it's about to fall over, and like, hey, it's about to, and it's like, ah, really? Oh, you've been saying that for weeks, and here it comes, rip. Like, it's not the same type of claim.
It's that simple. Like, if you don't understand that, you don't understand. Like, it's crazy. It's not getting bad. No, it's not getting bad. No. Do you see what I'm saying with this? Do you see where I'm coming from? What's failing me sentences? Exactly. It's nuts. Do you see where I'm coming from with this? Like, I don't want to, like, because there's more to this too. Like, it's a boy who cried wolf logic. Yeah, it's so obvious. How is January 6th the point? Trump did so many bad things to make everything meaningless. What I'm saying is that I think that people, I don't know, we type something. To me, it's points on a line, and they foreshadowed it, but it's yes. It is. But when you exaggerate the points on a line to be worse than what they are, you train people to take you less seriously. That's what happens.
Like he's,
and I'm telling you, this is what happens.
Like he's true in concept and in theory, he's right, but he's not. But it doesn't apply to the situation.
There is a reason why The Boy Who Cried Wolf is such a popular fucking story. There's a reason why it is something that for hundreds, if not thousands of years, people have repeated. It's because people don't like being gaslit and freaked out about something that's not actually happening just because you've escalated language enough to make people take you more seriously than what you would otherwise deserve. So, yes, absolutely, okay?
And I also fully reject this argument because it's not applied evenly. Like, people will say this on the conservative side, well, we didn't believe you said, okay, well, how? All right. We had 8 years of Barack Obama. Where's my fucking communism, okay? I was promised communism for 8 years by Rush Limbaugh. Where is it? It didn't happen. And then we got 4 years of Joe Biden. Where's my communism? I thought we were supposed to be communist now. Did it not happen? If Kamala wins and we get 4 more years of a Democrat president, is that going to be communism? Where's the communism at, right? Like why do the Republican actions never have consequences? It's only the Democrats that are supposed to be like, be responsible with your rhetoric. Stop calling everybody a Nazi. You commie. Okay, fine. Be responsible with your rhetoric. Stop making unhinged comments about victims of violence at rallies. Okay, by the way, how's Paul doing? Has he got fucked in the eye socket anymore by a gay dude with a hammer? LOL. Like, Jesus Christ, like there's no end. Like, you guys need to turn down the rhetoric. And by the way, the Democrats are trying to steal every single election and rig everything, and they're trying to inject poison into your veins, and they're trying to cut off the penises of every single boy that they're turning into women, as the Muslims and the Jews both simultaneously invade our country in order to make it so that white people can't have positions of power anymore. And that's why we're cut down to things like Israel and the World Economic Forum, and George Soros is coming after us, and all of it. It's like, dude,
need to plan this out.
Fuck off. Why would I ever listen to a person who believes every single thing I just said unironically? They believe all these things. Why the fuck would I listen to you when you talk about, like, maybe you should be a little bit more careful when you give takes on things? No. Christ.
And it's a big problem. You call everybody out, like, if you use these bad words, like, it's like, I've used the example of slavery, right? Slavery. Oh, things are, this is like slavery. No, it's not like slavery. Read a fucking book. It has nothing, it's not even, it's not even 2% like slavery. It's crazy. But that's what they're hyper-inflating this language, and they're doing it with an emotional goal, right? They're being emotional, being a streamer. Yeah, I'm being on stream right now. I'm basically a slave because people can choose what they're going to do. So if you don't understand what I'm saying with this, I'm sorry to say, but I think you don't understand the way that people think. So yeah, you think a couple peasants would take over the government with no guns on January 6th? I don't understand what you're thinking.
Isn't that his point? Nobody took Rush seriously because he was shouting communism for years and it never happened. If Obama today was like, you know what communism is based, Rush would come back from the dead to tell us all we told you so. Yes, but that's the difference. Obama is never a communist. The Democratic Party doesn't want communism. Nobody wants... The Republican Party is closer to wanting communism than the Democratic Party is right now. If you promise them the right things, because that's how populism works, because when you're a populist, your mode of economic production doesn't really fucking matter that much. If you deploy it in the right way, everything's fine. Like, nobody actually gives a fuck about capitalism or liberalism or any of these like broader concepts. Fucking Trump didn't even know what Western liberalism was.
Here, January 6th was an obvious play for Trump to change the outcome of the election. It clearly was. Everybody can see that. It shouldn't have happened. It's an embarrassing moment. Everybody can agree with that. It was, and even if you don't think that he would have done it, I don't think he would have done it either. I don't think that there was ever a path of the outcome being positive. But I think that it was stupid, and it shouldn't have happened, and we'll look back on this in 20 years, and it will be a moment of shame. There's never an actual reality.
But what is he saying that Trump wasn't going to do it? Trump absolutely.
Because nobody has any idea how close the Republic was to falling over there. Because nobody studies the facts of it.
Is he like, oh yeah, Trump was he was just packing his shit, he was just putting on a show? Like, no, dude, he wanted to stay there. If you gave him a path, he would have fucking been there. It wasn't like, oh, we're just gonna do our little J6 shit and then, you know, then we're gonna go. We understand. We got the rules of the road and whatnot. No, he was in it, bro. He was looking for a way out. I don't know why you would say that. It's like so not true.
I think this would have happened. But there is a reality where he tried to make it happen. Does that make sense? Fuck. Like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills here. Yes, it made us look like retards. Everybody saw that. What's that dipshit in the middle of our fucking Senate floor, or House of Representatives floor, sitting there, the fucking hat on. We looked like a bunch of fucking retards in front of everybody in the world. If you can't see that, you're fucking delusional. And you guys know that I don't always... I've been positive about something many times. I've said, oh, I agree with this, I agree with that. But I didn't agree with that.
Wait, what did he agree with Trump on?
I don't know, probably DEI or something. Be my guess. Trump had nothing to do with Jan 6. Enough with the left-wing propaganda. My God. It was a false flag from the Zionist deep state.
No, wrong. It was Antifa Jews on the grounds that were doing it.
It was a CIA
Dude, the
psyop,
funniest part-
Linneo.
The funniest fucking part of that whole thing is right now, there's a good portion of people that believe that everyone at J6 was like a Zionist Antifa plane. There's some, not a lot, but there's some. Imagine how stupid you feel if you're one of the J6 dudes that's in jail right now, and people are like, "Nice job, Jew."
Yeah, it reminds me of the
Better luck
Onion
next
skit
time.
of like you've got the Al Qaeda guy, and the conspiracy theorist guy. Do you know what I'm talking about? Fuck, what a keynote. I'm glad you don't know, because now it's an excuse for me to play.
I probably do. You're doing a really bad job of explaining it. I'm sure if you know of it,
you would have known
I
it
definitely
immediately.
know.
It's good.
I probably gotta
Too
know
late.
about it.
A new book called The Truth About September 11th claims to present evidence that the destruction of the World Trade Center was not the work of terrorists, but was in fact perpetrated by the U.S. government. With us, the much maligned book's author, William Gerard.
Most of the mainstream media, they're just too afraid to even have me on, so thank you.
Also joining us is Omar Al-Farouk of Al-Qaeda. He's an outspoken critic of what he calls Gerard's 9/11 conspiracy theories.
Yes, Michael, I assure you that is all this book is complete nonsense.
Mr. Gerard, how did you arrive at the conclusions in your book? Where are the facts
Well, through
here?
scientific examination of Ground Zero. For example, the melted core. I mean, that was
here we
definitely
go.
evidence that there were thermite bombs that were used to bring down those
I
buildings.
can assure you, we did not use thermite bombs. I did the research myself. It would not have worked. We flew an enormous airplane into a building. Okay, I think it is obvious what caused the building to crumble.
Why
It
are you
is-
being so close-minded to this, sir? If more
How would
people
you
just had
like
the
it
courage.
if you spent, 2 months in a mountain cave, sleeping on rocks, planning something really special, only to have someone take the credit away from you? Say,
More
oh
people
no,
just
you
have
don't
the
deserve the
courage
credit
to
for
open
it.
up their
It-
minds
it-
and
it-
learn
Mr.
the truth.
Gerard, why in the world would the U.S. government want to stage this attack on their own soil?
Greed, of course, and to increase the oil revenues, the weapons industry, and security industry, and these are all things that Bush and puppet master Cheney, they've got their stakes in.
Bush's administration, there are a den of jackals. We certainly have common ground there. But what does not follow is why would they
doesn't
kill?
follow.
Why would they kill 3,000 of their own?
Well, of course, because think about
why
it. It was all
would they-
part of their plan to build a case for the war in
If he was
Iraq.
so
Think
smart to
about
plan
it.
all of this, why is his approval rating, in El Haman, and why is Osama bin Laden safe in somewhere?
Yes, the Iraq War has done serious damage to the Bush administration.
Here, look. I have names, phone numbers, everyone involved in this.
Gotta be kidding.
Okay?
Names and phone numbers.
I have here the voucher for the lessons, for the flight lessons.
This is obviously
for
forged
brave
documents. I mean,
pilots.
come on, did President Bush give you these himself?
I
This
work
is
for
this is
Bush.
ridiculous.
Me and
Definitely
Bush,
makes
we
sense.
go out, we hang. He
Why
goes,
do we call
hey,
Cheney
bring
the
on the
puppet master, sir?
forgery.
You were
It
just
is
a puppet.
rubbish.
Look
Talking
at
to you,
you.
Like,
he's
you a
like
trust fund,
talking
baby?
to a
This
is
ghost.
the kind of thing that doesn't make sense.
Let the Farouk of Al-Qaeda speak.
I have a suggestion for you. Why don't you go to the Washington Monument? Take the family. Let's say October 12th, 2009, around 3:04. Take a guided tour to the top and just wait there. I think you will see that Al-Qaeda is very good at organizing things. You'll see.
Gentlemen, thank you. Coming up when we come back, the 2008 baby pandas are in. We'll have lots of footage of that.
Channeling spirits.
That's a pretty good meme.
You outlast them.
Everything. Here was a good meme.
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Okay, my Sam Harris thing is out. You guys know listen to this for a bit. I gotta go do something. I'll be back. I love you. Do you have any final words for us, Sam?
Nope. That was it.
Be careful. Stay safe. Don't die.
Bye.
Spirits free.
Okay, listen to this for a bit. 46 minutes. Wait, does he post the whole thing on his podcast? Okay, good luck. It's so exciting. Brand new talking points you've never heard before in your entire life.
Even seriously, when he says that he's Welcome to the Making Sense podcast. This is Sam Harris. Just a note to say
basically
that if
some
you're hearing
opposites.
this, you're
You're
not
like
currently on our subscriber feed, and will only be hearing the first part of this conversation. In order to access full episodes of the Making Sense podcast, you'll need to subscribe at samharris.org. There you'll also find our scholarship program, where we offer free accounts to anyone who can't afford one. We don't run ads on the podcast, and therefore it's made possible entirely through the support of our subscribers.
You let me know.
So if you enjoy what we're doing here, please consider becoming one.
Opening case.
Welcome to the Making Sense podcast. This is Sam Harris. The tractor beam of politics is continuing to exert its pull on everything. I actually watched less of the Democratic National Convention than the Republican one, though I saw enough to be encouraged, happy with Harris's apparent pivot to the center. Whether she can credibly maintain that under questioning by journalists remains to be seen. I'm hopeful that she can. But I think the debates will probably matter a lot. At least they present the possibility of being decisive. I think a lot can happen there, for good or for ill. But one point I would make, this is a point I have made to some of my friends who will be voting for Trump. You might be surprised that I have friends who will be voting for Trump, but I actually have some close ones.
Look,
The
when I called
moves
you a
that are
trust fund,
generally
baby, that was
used
before I knew you
to
were spending your trust fund
discount
here.
the crazier things he says he will do can be used even more plausibly to discount the crazy things that Kamala Harris has said. Right? I mean, if you can not take Trump literally or even seriously when he says that he's going to round up 20 million undocumented workers, that is, fruit pickers and restaurant workers and nannies and millions of people who are doing indispensable work in our economy, he's going to round them all up in, what, concentration camps, using the military, and deport them. Just linger over the details here for a moment and realize that millions of these people, quite literally millions of these people, have children who are themselves American
you're looking
citizens.
to put someone on tilt.
Right. If you can discount this phantasmagorically unethical and counterproductive fantasy of a policy as just political pandering and pablum, messaging to his fanatical base, and perhaps you can, well then why can't you discount Harris's ridiculous and obviously unworkable idea of
when I called you a trust
imposing
fund,
a wealth
baby,
tax?
that was before I knew you
Does
were
anyone
spending
think
your
she's going to do
trust
that?
fund here.
I don't. But it's interesting. The bar for political integrity and honesty moves as you move left of center. If she actually knows she can't do such a thing, it's absolutely outrageous for her to make such a campaign promise. But right of center, nobody cares. Everyone apparently takes what Trump claims he will do with a grain of salt. Anyway, Vice President Harris will not be able to avoid hard questions forever. Certainly some will come up in the debate if she declines to hold a press conference or do long-form interviews before then. And I am reasonably hopeful that she will find the center of our politics and stake her claim there. More to come on politics and even in today's conversation. Today I'm speaking with Stephen Burnell, otherwise known as Destiny. Stephen is a YouTuber and political streamer. His background is a little different from most of the people I've had on this podcast, but his commentary on politics and culture has made him almost ubiquitous online, where he stirs up controversy on both the right and the left. He grew up in a conservative Catholic household and now spends much of his time arguing against American conservatism, and Trumpism in particular. He's debated some of the same people I've debated on a variety of topics, and he's debated people who I wouldn't be inclined to talk to, people like Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes. One of the things we discussed today is how he thinks about engaging such a wide range of characters. We talk about allegations of Trump derangement syndrome, why Trump's norm violations don't matter to so many people, people's misadventures on the information landscape, social media and the problem of being too online, our differences of emphasis when thinking about conflict in the Middle East, the difference between the far left and the far right in American politics, the lack of sane conservative policies to counterbalance the craziness of the left, whether the pendulum of sanity is swinging back on the left, the ethics and politics of giving public apologies, the maintenance of private friendships or their failure, and public disagreements, and other topics. Anyway, it was a fun conversation, and now I bring you Stephen Bunnell. I am here with Stephen Bunnell. Stephen, thanks for joining me.
Hey, thanks for having me, Sam.
You were otherwise known as Destiny. Perhaps we should start there. Are you in the process of retiring Destiny, or are you just bouncing between both names?
My background when I first started streaming forever ago was in professional gaming for StarCraft 2, so I kind of went through the trouble of getting all the branding for Destiny, like the YouTube channel, the Instagram, and everything else, so it feels very difficult to give up. Really, it's nice to just have that name, so I go by, people call me Steven in real life, and you can find my stuff online as Destiny, so I'm okay with it.
Yeah. Well, so you've been very active in a part of online culture that I have had very little to do with. I mean, as you say, you got your start in gaming, but then you have become quite prominent online, debating people around mostly politics, but I think you've covered a wide range of topics. How did that start for you?
My mom is from Cuba. She came over when she was 6, so I grew up in a very conservative household, and my parents have always had very strong conservative opinions. And then going through grade school and high school, I guess I have like the debater archetype. I don't know if that's genetic or just I got it from my mom environmentally. So I've always been kind of like an argumentative, disagreeable person who's been politically interested. When I first got into streaming video games in end of 2010, early 2011, the focus was video games, but we also spoke a lot about, just like pop culture, philosophy, science, politics, whatever. And then in 2016, I picked it up as a much more significant part of what I did online.
And you and I debated at least a few of the same people. I've debated Jordan Peterson several times. You did that at least once. I think you've also spoken to Ben Shapiro. I'm not sure how we've overlapped with other people, but I think you've spoken to people who I would avoid. I'm wondering how you make these decisions. I saw that you spoke to Nick Fuentes, who's, I think, an avowed white supremacist, if not actual Nazi. Recently, you spoke to Candace Owens. Is there anyone you regret engaging?
I'll take that in 2 parts. So for the first one of my strengths is that I'm willing to talk to almost anybody. So it gives me very big reach into a lot of different types of communities because I'm willing to go into different shows and I can have a good time with a large variety of people and different types of characters, but I can still provide pushback against a large variety of different types of characters. So it's kind of a balancing act of how aggressive do I want to be versus how long do I want my legs to be? How far do I want my reach, I guess, to extend into other communities? The only times I'm disappointed or I regret engaging with people is if I feel like the other person got more out of it than I feel like I did. So, for instance, if I were to platform a very small, very radical person and then not give adequate pushback, and I feel like he bested me in a conversation that I could have been more prepared for, or if I don't want to promote bad ideas and like bring them to everybody's attention and then, have a bad showing against it. But if there's really popular talking points and a lot of people believe the thing, I think it's worth discussing and I'll have those people on the fiber on it. And then the second part was if I regret. Yeah, over the past year I've regretted everything. God.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah. It's a constant balancing act between, like I said, like how gentle do I want to be versus how aggressive do I want to be. I would say around the last year, I've been making a more, I go back towards these very empathetic approaches to debate versus like these very aggressive approaches. And so the past year, I've been more empathetic and I've gotten conversations with Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens. And I worry sometimes that I play this role in like, oh, well, look, I debated Destiny and we got along and it was fine. And it's like, well, we kind of debated, but I was being very, very, very gentle because I'm trying not to make you so mad that you'll never talk to me again or that you won't have the conversation. So then when I look back at the role I played in that, and then I see now when I take more aggressive positions on things that I feel strongly about, they're like, why can't I talk to Destiny? That guy's crazy. Candace Owens wouldn't let me in her space a week ago because she said I was a sexual deviant while she was speaking with Andrew Tate and Dan Bilzerian. What? So now I'm like,
you're in good company, where you're worse than that good company.
Yeah.
I mean, I watched part of your conversation with Candace, and I mean, now perhaps she has transformed into her current monstrous shape since you debated her. I haven't really followed her timeline very closely. This is one of the consequences of having gotten off social media. There are things I don't follow, which seems very big online, I'm sure. But Candace Owens becoming a proper anti-Semite was something I think I had on my bingo card some years ago, and so I was unsurprised. But I'm not quite sure when she fully pulled the mask off, if it was ever properly on. You don't think the semi-friendly, even somewhat adversarial conversation with her just has the net effect of kind of laundering her reputation with your audience and doing more harm than good?
With my audience, absolutely not. With the other audiences, that's what is so hard to determine. Like I said, I don't like the idea that Candace can say, like, oh, well, I had a debate with Destiny, or I had a conversation with Steven, and it's like, not really. That was a very gentle... You watch the conversation, I think in around 10 minutes I realized that even then I'm pushing back too much, and she's about to rage out and leave, and I'm like, okay, we're gonna be more gentle. So that irritates me. My audience is never becoming, just because I put out so much content, I stream so much, I put out so many videos and I have so many conversations, they're not gonna hear somebody like that and instantly be captivated and become whatever neo-Nazi Blexit combo weird stuff he is now. But for audiences in the middle, I don't know, it's hard to say. It's good to provide some pushback. Like, it legitimizes me in that I can talk to a lot of different people. It legitimizes me in the eyes of her audience, like, oh, well, this, Steven's a reasonable guy that you can have conversations with. But then it also plays kind of a dirty role that everybody's been complicit in over the past several years of, making some of these ideas seem a lot more reasonable and sane than they actually are. And I've spent the past few months, or the past month or so after the assassination attempt, saying, okay, hold on, no, let's back up. A lot of this stuff is insane, and I think we need to go back to calling this insane.
Is there anyone whose name I would recognize who you've decided not to talk to because you view them as too dishonest or unethical?
I'll still talk to anybody, but the conversations are just going to be a lot more aggressive. I'm not going to have a conversation with Jordan Peterson while he just kind of meanders through the point that 20% excess deaths in Europe are all caused by the vaccine. That's not going to happen. I'm like, okay, well, we're going to sit here, we're going to fixate on this point now. Or when I asked Ben Shapiro, don't you guys think we grade Trump on a curve? And he's like, yeah, we do. Okay, well, that can't stand. Right? Yeah, I just won't let those things flow by anyway.
So what have you regretted in the last year? What has been the controversy or the chaos?
For some reason, I never understood that the media is... I always hear the media is left-wing dominated. The media is dominated by the left. And I hear that, and I look online, and I see kind of the crazy left, and then I look at CNN and MSNBC, and I'm like, okay, maybe they are. But somehow, even in left-wing spaces, the conservatives have such a good reign on controlling the discourse. And I'm so upset that I allowed myself to be kind of brainwashed by the Trump derangement syndrome insult from, I gotta be really fair, I gotta be really careful when I cover Trump because I don't want to sound deranged, I don't want to sound unhinged. And, and I'm sitting here trying to think okay, well, when Trump said this absolutely crazy thing, when January 6th happens, it was just this and that and that. And then meanwhile, the conservatives are like, so here's the 57th picture of Hunter Biden's dick that was showing in Congress. And we know, by the way, that him and Joe Biden, unilaterally dictated world policy to get rid of this prosecutor and Burisma. And it's like, oh my God. The uneven playing field, the assassination attempt, I think, completely broke me. When I saw how indignant conservatives are, you guys are calling us Nazis and look what happens. And then I'm replaying in my mind all the Paul Pelosi comments, and I'm like, no, this is insane. I'm sorry. You guys completely bought the farm on this. This is crazy.
What do you attribute this skewing to? Let's take the case of an intelligent person who is not allergic to Trump in the way that we are. I happen to know some of these people. I even have a few good friends who, I would consider, this is something I say to their face, I consider them low information voters. They're simply not disposed to pay attention to all of the thousands of norm violations and other indiscretions that Trump is trailing, right? So they have a little bit in their head. They have a lot of what I would consider misinformation from the right that more or less exonerates Trump on all counts. The phrase, those Russia collusion hoax, does an inordinate amount of work in their brains. And they've essentially just averted their eyes from the whole problem, and they come away with a feeling that more or less all of the kind of reaction that you and I have had to Trump is totally overblown. I mean, it is Trump derangement syndrome. It is just, we don't like the guy's personality, and we couldn't get over that. But when you look at policies, he's super normal and not even especially conservative. And, much of his criticism of the powers that be and the way things were done in Washington for as long as anyone can remember, many of his criticisms are valid. There is a kind of deep state sclerosis that needs to be reamed out. They don't spend much time thinking about the actual ideologues in his orbit and people like Steve Bannon and what he might say on his dumb podcast. And they just see a very clear trade-off between Trump, who is calling bullshit on obvious bullshit, like wokeism, and the moral panic on the left that racialized everything and made it seem like trans bathrooms is the greatest human rights concern of our time, etc. And they're truly allergic to all the stuff that's happened on the left, and so they're willing to support Trump, warts and all. How would you perform psychic surgery on this person?
So first we have to be really clear. Are we talking about an audience, or are we talking about like the larger content creators? I call them content creators, you might call them pundits or commentators.
Yeah, I mean, I guess anything you want to say to or about such a person so as to have an effect upon anyone in the audience like him or her.
I think there are several really large things at play. I think one of the larger, there are several large topics at play. One of the larger ones that is hard to talk about is, I had a viewer that emailed me this with this idea, and I love this idea, I stole it. He calls it magic boxes. That if you were to go back into the past and you were to hold an abacus, okay, it's very obvious what the function of an abacus is. You can't hide any conspiracies inside of it. There are no secret cameras. There is no government listening device. Nobody's stealing it. It's just you just see what it is and you operate it, as you do. Nowadays with a phone, you don't really know everything that's going on inside of the phone. So if somebody were to say something like, I think my phone is always recording me, well, to even begin to have that conversation, it's like, okay, well, do we understand, how telemetry works, how data is sent, what kind of connection is needed, what kind of permissions are needed, like the difference between like the operating system versus an application, but like there's so much you have to go through that in life today, we basically operate so many of these magical boxes where on the operating level, on the user level, things are so abstracted away from what's actually happening that it's allowed people to insert so much craziness that can't be easily fact-checked by anything. And I find that this is especially true when you look at my obsession lately has been, I'm trying to compile like a convincing argument related to the January 6th stuff. So this is where my brain is kind of existing. But you might look at something like Donald Trump making a phone call to not to Raffensperger, but below him, an election fraud investigator in Georgia. If you have the prerequisite background to understand civics and the role of the president in a campaign and the role of a state election investigator, all of that, just that phone call in and of itself is so unfathomably inappropriate. It is such a horrible call. But in order to even begin to understand why, you have to explain so much. And I'll be honest, even I didn't really understand, like when you say that, like, well, there's electors and, the people don't elect the president, the electors, I didn't even really know what that meant until like 2 years ago. And most people just, I don't even, well, I know this because polling data. Most people don't even know 3 branches of government, right? So how can you even begin to explain, the type of egregious norm violations that are happening when people don't know the norms, the systems that have the norms, people just don't have the understanding to even be able to grapple with, why would it be bad for this guy to make a phone call? But if people immediately understand, like, cutting children's penises off to make them trans, or whatever other crazy, like far left conspiracy stuff that conservatives like to obsess over, like that's immediately understandable. So yeah, that's one huge thing that you have to get over, is you just need like a decent foundation of knowledge and understand why some of the things are norm breaking.
Let's focus on January 6th. What would you say to someone who thinks that January 6th was basically a non-event? I mean, it certainly wasn't an insurrection. It was there was some sort of misbehavior on one side of the building, and on the other side of the building, courtesy of Tucker Carlson and others, we have footage of the cops just letting people in. And so, was it violent? I guess if you look at some of the footage, it was super violent, but some of the people don't even look at that footage, and they just see the people getting let in and then wandering around in what seemed to be a kind of a low-stress environment, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that seems strange. And then there are rumors that there were, FBI plants in the crowd, and maybe this whole thing was a kind of false flag thing. That I heard a rumor that Pelosi didn't get enough cops there when she could have, et cetera, et cetera. So, and Trump did say from the dais that it should all be peaceful in some form. And so all of this impressionistic tour of half-truths gives people a sense that, all right, that whatever happened over there, it was ugly, and I wouldn't have voted for it, but it's not really Trump's responsibility, and it was just a mob that misbehaved, and American democracy wasn't at stake. How would you untangle that?
I mean, it's kind of going back to what you said about, it sounds so bad to say, it's like low information voters. For stuff like this, I think like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I did a little focus group. So I've compiled so much information about this, and I got 6 pretty decently big YouTubers together, and I went through 7 hours of information, and I asked them hey, what's the most surprising thing to you, or what didn't you know, or what do you care about, or what don't you care about? And for a lot of it, it was just so much information that people don't know. So one of the things that I was told after talking to people someone, one thing they said is, I didn't realize the timelines of happenings. So for instance, people will say, Donald Trump tweeted, stay peaceful, and that should be good, right? But when you actually look at everything that was happening in the day of, and the context, and it's that tweet was sent 20 minutes after the Capitol had been broken into, an hour and a half after the Capitol grounds had been penetrated. When you start to see the tweets in context of an actual timeline, stuff takes on a far more insidious shape than when you just say, oh, well, he tweeted out, be peaceful. And, who knows at what time or what part of the day. Having more facts, I think, and contextualizing things in a more appropriate way. Nobody knew anything about the elector plot. The 7 fake slates of electors. And none of this is conspiratorial. All the information is out there. You can see the fake slates that they all signed with their signatures. There's a YouTube video of them trying to go to the Capitol in Michigan to enter. The plot inside to have Clark replace Rosen, when Rosen and Donahue are arguing with Trump about sending out a fake letter to the states about voter fraud, that was a really big one. A lot of people will say this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. People say, we don't know if Trump knew he was lying about voter fraud. How could you ever prove what's in somebody's mind? And I was well, let me introduce you to the entire criminal justice system in the United States. In order to convict on crimes, you have to know what mens rea is. That's the most important part of convicting on a crime. But for Trump, there are so many examples of somebody saying, hey, by the way, this isn't true. And then 2 days later, Trump will say the exact same claim over and over and over and over and over. He does this so many times. And having that clearly laid out where people can say, you know what? I think Trump actually just was lying, and I think he knew the whole time. But it's a big information dump, and you have to find a way to present the information in a compelling, interesting, and an emotional way. And then how close we were. Oh, 2 other things. How close we were on the 6 to everything. If Pence had flipped, if there was more violence. There are a couple of things. Pence is the big part that didn't flip that could have. That's one thing. And then the second thing was I didn't realize this until I was really late into my research. Oh my God. The best video that you could ever watch on January 6th is InfoWars. If you really want to know the day of what people felt like and what was going on when they watched that, it's so funny because when conservatives talk about it now, they memory hole it, right? Oh, it's just people wandering around, who cares? Watching the conservative coverage and the tweets the day of, I saw, Ashley Babbitt might be the first victim of the second revolution. There was that meme video of the woman who got sprayed with mace or whatever, and she's like, we're storming the Capitol, dude, it's a revolution. Constantly referring to the rioters as patriots, saying that they've taken the Capitol, we've overtaken it, we've got it, we've captured this back, for the people. It's so obvious what everybody's saying and what's going on. And then as soon as Babbitt gets shot, National Guard shows up, the rhetoric starts to change a bit. There are so many funny quotes. There's even quotes from some of these guys on, I think Owen Schroyer might have been one, where people are saying things like, these are patriots. This isn't BLM or Antifa. You could tell these are patriots. And then the next day, it was all Antifa. We don't know who any of these people were. It's yeah.
Yeah, I think the simplest side of this for me, and I'm always surprised that it doesn't work on everybody, and there's endless examples of it not working. It hasn't worked on half the country, but it really can come out in a very short paragraph, which is just that what we had was a sitting president who would not commit to a peaceful transfer of power. I mean, months in advance of the election, as we get back in March or so, the question was first put to him, and he clearly declined to abide by the results of an election unless he won that election. And while the election was being run, he was clearly preparing the ground to call it fraudulent, and he then lied endlessly about having had the election stolen from him. I mean, the irony is that he's in the process of attempting to steal an election while claiming that it has been stolen from him. And in the end, we didn't have a peaceful transfer of power, right? So like that single desecration of the foundational norm of our democracy. I mean, it seems to me that we don't have the laws that we actually should have in place to punish a president who does this, right? To have a sitting president not commit to a peaceful transfer of power and then do what he can to ensure that we don't have one, it seems to me that jail should await such a person, and we don't actually have the laws to accomplish that. But, you know,
I mean, I fully disagree on that last point. We had Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which was very clearly meant to prevent a person, at the very least, from being office.
Right. Well, so
and we do have criminal cases against him. The Supreme Court is protecting him from those.
It's incredible. The fact that you know, having that in the 14th Amendment is as ineffectual as it is in practice. In any case, so it just, why do you think so many people, I mean, you know, fully half the nation, I guess discount all the people who really aren't informed about this, but there are all too many people who know exactly what I just read to be true, which is that we didn't commit to a peaceful transfer of power and we didn't have one. Why doesn't that matter?
Well, for some people, that's why I'm saying there's different issues that affect different players or people in different ways, and they all have different motivations for why they believe what they do. So for the average voter or listener, I would say a lot of these people don't have all the information, and they are susceptible to all the ordinary follies of man. That me, and I imagine you, everybody is just, we hear things we want to hear, we tend to seek information we want to, find out for our biases and all this. This is just kind of what everybody is falling prey to some extent, and to some level in your life. For the content creators, there are far more interesting questions to ask there. It depends on the person, it depends on the issue. One thing I would say when it comes to foreign stuff that I've been asking questions about, but it's hard to dig into it, I really wonder how much foreign pushing there is on some figures to just have positions that wholesale align with like Russian foreign policy, just like completely 100%. You are 100% aligned. You couldn't be a better spokesperson when talking about like it's the same talking points for the Ukrainian war. They're sending men off to die. There's no reason for this. Everybody in the East, it was a civil war the whole time, and Ukrainian biolabs and Nazis, and the United now they're starting war, and Russia would invade. It's like the exact same talking points coming from like Western people. I'm like, why? That's the thing I wonder. A second thing is, unfortunately, if you brand yourself as a person of a certain political persuasion, you kind of have to stick with it. Like, could you imagine, talking to Ben Shapiro, could you imagine if Ben came out and was like, you know what? I kind of don't like Donald Trump. If for no other reason, just because morally he's an atrocious human being.
He was
like,
sort of there in the beginning. I mean, I haven't really followed what Ben has done of late, but in the beginning, he was someone who would make the right concessions, basic sanity and ethics around Trump. And he was obviously much more concerned about what was happening on the left, but he thought January 6th was
an insurrection.
Just a shattering of norms of the sort that we would agree with. But I don't know why he's not essentially a Mitt Romney or Liz Cheney, or there are obviously Republicans who have discovered the line past which they would not be dragged, and they agree with us about Trump. So I don't understand what's happened to people who are kind of splitting the baby there. And I mean, I guess it's audience capture on some level, or it would be the ruination of their business. I mean, seeing the breakup between Ben and Candace was somewhat instructive insofar as I did see it, and I missed 95% of it again. I'm not online, but I saw enough to know what Ben has been getting from his audience, and just how much so much of his audience doesn't love the Jews. Yeah, and what do you think is happening there? Is it just economics?
Yeah, it's like you said, in the beginning it seems like they're on board with being more critical, but then as time goes on and the party coalesces around Trump is absolutely a cult of personality and engenders like cultish, obsession and adoration. There is no room for disagreement. So one, on a numbers level, that's just factual. Like Donald Trump enjoys very wide, very deep support from conservative voters. So the media is going to reflect that as well. You can see this in the Dominion lawsuit versus Fox, by the way, that the deposition, the exhibits that they had in their pretrial stuff is fascinating. There are so many slides of people at Fox News saying, this is a lie, we know this is a lie, but my God, we're losing 30% of our viewership to Newsmax and OAN, so I guess we're going to have to tell the lie to keep our viewers. Like, it's so clear, like, they won that case. Well, they didn't win it. Fox settled right before trial because they knew they were going to lose that case. One of the largest settlements, I believe, in corporate history for public settlements for defamation. And yeah, you see that. And also, that's not an accident. It's not just a result of numbers. It's also incredibly intentional by Donald Trump. He always reminds people. He did it the day of his speech on the Ellipse on January 6th. He says, I helped these people get elected. Not going to do it anymore. I helped these people win their elections, and they don't remember that. When he was talking to Raffensperger, he said, I was such a schmuck for helping this Kemp get elected. What a loser I was for doing that. And he, he did it in Georgia. He didn't want to campaign or help those people because Raffensperger and Kemp wouldn't play ball with helping him steal the election in Georgia. Trump does this very intentionally. He wouldn't go on Fox News. Man, after they called Arizona, he was so mad. He stopped calling into their shows and he was, retweeting and reposting OAN more. So if you don't play ball with him, he will try to destroy you by not working with you anymore and by constantly degrading you. And the followers and the fans, they pick up on that and act accordingly. So it's hard when you get a business like, man, am I going to cover Trump honestly and have my entire business go bankrupt because no conservative's going to watch me and nobody on the left, no offense, is turning into Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, or do you play ball?
But doesn't it still strike you as fundamentally astonishing that Trump has been able to succeed the way he has? That there was that kind of audience that was willing to become a cult of personality around such a... on some level, such an unimpressive person. I mean, he is just so obviously a fraud, right? I mean, he really is a game show host who pretended to be a great businessman. And he's a Mark Burnett confection, right? And I mean, it's not that he has no talents, and he's entertaining, right? He can be funny, but he's barely competent at that, really. I mean, it's not like you have an entertainer of the talent of somebody like Jamie Foxx deciding to be a demagogue, right? I mean, he's just basically entertaining. And I do think that the fact that so many people find him funny counts for an enormous amount of his political success. I mean, just whatever that happens at a debate, to be able to say, only Rosie O'Donnell or whatever his other laugh lines were, that's just guarantees your victory at that stage in the primary, given the nature of our politics. But it does, I mean, I've always thought of him as a kind of evil Chauncey Gardner, and I think this probably undersells his gifts, such as they are, but I've just thought of him as somebody who, for whatever reason, he found himself in a political and social context in America in the early 21st century, where our appetite for junk food for the mind had just reached its peak, and we're a reality TV culture, we're a social media culture. We care about fame perhaps more than anything, and you drop this shameless narcissist into this context, and he manages to function by a different reputational physics. I mean, he manages to seem more authentic than anyone else just by being a shameless con man. In my imagination, the reasons for his success have much more to do with the environment than with the person, but perhaps I'm selling him short.
No, I mean, I agree. Trump is there is no level of media criticism that was too harsh on how clueless he is around some things. I watched him doing something, he was talking to the United Nations. Oh my God, how much more? I think it was the UN. I think it was a UN thing. And somebody asked him about Western liberalism. Have you seen this clip?
No.
They ask him about, what do you think about people saying that we might be seeing the fall of Western-style liberalism? And he starts going off on, like, L.A. and San Francisco. And I'm thinking in my mind, oh my God, he doesn't even know what Western, like, he doesn't know what that means. He doesn't know what liberalism is. He just heard Western liberalism, and he's thinking like West Coast liberalism. This guy,
but I mean, this was true in spaces where you would think it would have really mattered. I mean, when he, early on, when he was trying to prove that he was a good Christian, and the evangelicals were just coming around to support him, and he was asked, point blank, what are your favorite books of the Bible? And it was just absolutely obvious that he couldn't name a single book of the Bible.
Yeah.
Right? And he had all passed, even for evangelicals. I mean, I was actually at a conference around the time, and I ran into Ralph Reed, and I said, Ralph, what the fuck? You know this guy couldn't actually name a book in the Bible. It wasn't that he didn't. I think his line was something like, "Oh, I wouldn't want to say because I wouldn't want to offend anybody." Right? Like they're all so good. everyone has their favorite. And I just said, Ralph, you know that he was lying. You know that he's the least Christian person you guys have ever gotten behind. And the dodge was, as you might expect, well, I'm not going to say what's in another person's heart, and it's not for me to judge, it's for God to judge, and blah, blah, blah. But you would think somehow that would have sunk another candidate in Christian eyes, and on every other front. I mean, just the word salad he produces, where he contradicts himself pointlessly, and it all works because nobody cares. But the mystery is, why does nobody care?
I think one thing that helps a lot is that we have this horrible and wonderful thing called the internet. A lot of people start with a very bad, I would say the vast majority of people on the planet have bad epistemic practice, which is fine. I mean, who cares generally? Most people, it doesn't matter. Epistemic? What's not true? What's your theory of truth? Or what is it? Like, no one cares. You don't need this for most of your life. But I think one of the big issues that we have is because so many things fundamentally, you have to know a thing to know if it will serve your end or if it will be bad for you. So for instance, if I'm on a balcony or something, I can fly, and that bird's like, really? And then I jump and I fall and I die, it's very immediately obvious, okay, well, that's a really bad idea. I'm not going to believe that guy. You can't really selectively pick and choose the things you want to believe when you're grounded and there aren't magic boxes around you when you're just in the world. But nowadays, with the internet, it is so easy to handcraft whatever narrative you want. And even when you don't think it's that big of a deal, it is a big deal. People get mad at me sometimes when I'm kind of like, I'll pedantically correct lies, and people are like, why? Who cares? It's not that big of a deal. So, okay, well, if you tell 10 little lies, it makes it really easy to sell a big lie. And people have this bad assumption for humans that our brains are designed as these, like, ontologically, we have, like, these epistemically grounded, truth-seeking machines that are just trying to figure out what's true at any point in time. You have no idea how much subjectivity, how much normativity is involved in all of the truth-seeking that we do. So then when you go onto the internet, you're thinking, okay, well, I'm a true brain, I'll get all my media, we'll see what's going on. You don't realize that you were engaged in basically drug abuse. You're finding stuff that just makes you feel good, regardless of the detriment it has to your psychological, your emotional well-being. Like a really funny example of this, I correct this every time people say this, and people think it's a small deal, but I don't. I think these are all really big deals. Donald Trump, the assassination attempt, after the guy missed and Donald Trump's ear got shot, Donald Trump came up immediately and gave that, let's fight, the power, yeah, let's go. It was not like a minute long. There's like a thing of him like looking for his shoes, like watch the full clip. And people will be like, whoa, what, you don't think he was crazy? Well, he might have been brave. You want to say that, fine, but why lie about him coming up immediately? And I had a guy challenge me on this, and he went over my thing, because he's lying. Let's look at this video. And the guy shows an edited video. And I'm like, bro, my videos are like 2 minutes long. Your video is like 1 minute 47 seconds, and it ends a full minute after mine. Like, you're clearly watching an edited thing. If the truth is good enough, why do you have to exaggerate? So I think people don't realize how easy it is to selectively like edit and clip things, and how insanely crazy you can sell a particular factoid, something so far from the truth, just based on the collection of clips or things that you've gathered to show somebody.
Yeah, well, I think we've both been the subject of clips that have been widely misperceived. Do you ever worry that you are too online? Perhaps that is a category that doesn't even exist for you, but I wonder about just what your engagement with social media in particular, but I guess all your time spent online. I wonder what that feels like, and if there's any course correction in your life that you've thought about. Because I just have to say, I mean, every time I say it, it's painfully boring, but the astonishment and even embarrassment associated with it is undiminished. I mean, when I deleted my Twitter account, my life changed radically, and in ways that I guess I could have anticipated, but it was like just getting off a drug, right? It was just like I had just managed to completely fuck myself over in how I was engaging with this. I mean, it was this illusion. I mean, in part, it was worse than an illusion. It was a half-truth, right? So it's very hard to debunk a half-truth, because you're always in touch with the half that's true. But the sense was that I was just getting information, in the most timely possible way about what was going on in the areas of the world I care about. And to some degree, that's true, obviously. And Twitter's X has been the best place for that when there's breaking news. But what you're also getting is this funhouse mirror in which even people you know are appearing increasingly grotesque, and you have become one of the grotesques, at least for them. I mean, you can't even quite control how you're appearing for them, despite you have control over what you put out. And the clipification of everything, and the reaction or non-reaction, or it gets read into your silence, and all of that becomes it's just an insane psychological experiment that we've all been enrolled in. And I don't think it's going well. And I don't think it's going well at scale for culture, and it certainly wasn't going well for me personally. So I'm just wondering how you think about this in your own life, and I guess just how you think about social media as a cultural phenomenon.
Yeah, so narrowly speaking, just for me on a personal level, as animated as I am, and as much as I do care about these issues, when I'm tweeting, and when I'm being unhinged online, I'm being unhinged online, but I don't put that with me to sleep. I always tell people, especially young people, if I'm talking like colleges or whatever, when I get invited to do these speeches to students, if your engagement with politics is making you miserable, why don't you stop? If you're legitimately, like, if you want to get a little bit wound up while you're there, that's fine. But if you find that for hours afterwards, you're just, like, left with this disgusting, horrible feeling, or it's, like, having a significant impact on other parts of your life emotionally, psychologically, then, yeah, you have to disengage. Because you can't, I mean, like, it's in a way, it's kind of like that, don't set yourself on fire to keep others around you warm. If you're destroying yourself, even if you think you're going to do good or something by contributing online, you're not going to be able to by destroying yourself so much. So on a personal level, I do enjoy my life. I like fighting with people on Twitter. I like arguing with people. That's just the kind of person I grew up as. It's fun for me. But if I found that it was like, God, this is making me miserable, then I just don't engage with stuff that would make me feel that way. Unless I have a very, very compelling reason to. On a broader sense.
But just to drill down on that, so you don't find, or you don't suspect that it's giving you a distorted sense of humanity. I felt that the world was more populated with psychopaths than it in fact is. Right, like I knew, because I could see that I was seeing the worst of even people who I actually know, and I know they wouldn't be that bad if I were sitting across the table from them. But online, and when pointed at their own audiences, they had, it's like their ethical IQ got cut in half, right, and their basic decency just evaporated. And so I just felt like I was getting an inaccurate picture of just how unscrupulous most people are, because they're functioning in an environment that is just turning normal people into psychopaths, but they're functionally psychopaths online, but offline they would still be normal people if I was just engaging in the mess space.
So that's what I'm not sure about. So that's exactly what I'm hit on in a wider sense. I remember in like 2016 there was this, people used to say like, bro, like Twitter's not the real world. And I think they were kind of right for the most part. There was a lot of political discourse online, but people online were, as you said, they're kind of crazy. I think that as time has gone on, I don't think that we've moved towards realizing that people online are crazy. I think that the online world has become like reverse integrated into our reality, right? I mean, one, that's just a natural physical consequence of being closer physically to the internet, because now we all have a phone in our pockets that gets us onto the internet at every single point in time. Everything is connected and wired through the internet. News stations that talk to you on the radio, or that you watch on TV, or like, let's see what's going on, showing the Twitter feeds, and all the presidents and all the candidates, and everybody is active on all of these social media things. So for all the craziness that exists online, it feels like we're moving more toward, like, online is becoming more reality driven in a very unfortunate way. Like, everybody in the country is expected to have, a 100% decided opinion on, like, Leah Thomas and Iman, the boxer, the Olympic trans boxer. Like, everybody has to, if you work in a warehouse in Kansas, you need to have a strong opinion on whether or not the IBA was correct in releasing the disqualification information for these two guys. Like, well, why? Who cares about this? So I agree that it creates like this, it's like that, there's this really dumb horror comic or whatever in Korean or Japanese or something, where there's like holes in walls that people put their bodies into, and they come out like grotesquely disfigured on the other side. That's what social media, I think, is people look at it like, well, it's just an online thing, but when you participate in it enough, it will change you. Right? Yeah. Every action you take is affecting your ultimate character in some way, size, shape, or form. And yeah, if you partake in these psychopathic environments, you act like it will, imprint itself on you in a reverse manner. So I think that's what's happening, unfortunately.
Yeah, but you don't feel like it's happening to you. I mean, you're not worried that it's bending you in your ethics or in your engagement with people based on just how much time you're spending in that space.
I mean, I try my best not to let it, Unfortunately, this is a part of the conversation where every single thing I say is a huge red flag, because all of the things around like truth and objectivity and centrality and all this are like aesthetics that people wear and then wield in the most bad faith manner possible. But I truly do, being politically independent, I really do try to, I have like little things that I do to keep in check like where my biases are and how I'm viewing people and am I being fair or not, and there are like questions I ask myself and ways that I approach my community where I'm like, how do I make sure I'm not getting super audience captured or I'm not having a super distorted view of this particular thing. It usually involves a lot of reading research on topics. It usually involves actual discrete methods, like can I argue both sides of an issue compellingly? If I were to ask myself a question, what would it take to change my mind from this? Can I give a quick answer, or am I actually like getting ideologically captured? Would I be comfortable fighting with this particular person? Like, there are questions I ask myself to try to keep steady the course there, but I'm a unique case in that because I'm so not politically part of a big group. I do support the Democrats a lot, but I'm not politically part of those communities. I have more independence there because if I give a take, I'm not going to have to, all of a sudden disavow half my party or have a whole bunch of fights with people who thought they were my friend, who thought we were on the same page politically.
Yeah, I think we're in more or less the same orbit politically, as far as I understand the types of views you've argued for.
Oh, shit, he said the word.
What do you think we disagree about?
We disagree about. Depends on how they. I think probably one of the big disagreements that people wanted me to fight on a lot, or that my fans would bring this up, is the centrality of religion in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That was a big one.
Yeah, well, maybe let's fight about that. Let me have it. What am I wrong about on that front?
I feel like when I hear you talk about it, I feel like Islam is a very big centerpiece to that. Oh my God, the music! I feel like get me the fuck out of here. The origins of the conflict is so interesting.
If you'd like to continue listening to this conversation, you'll need to subscribe at samharris.org.
There you go.
Once you do, you'll get access to all full-length episodes of the Making Sense podcast. The podcast is available to everyone through our scholarship program. So if you can't afford a subscription, please request a free account on the website. The Making Sense podcast is ad-free and relies entirely on listener support, and you can subscribe now at samharris.org.
This is a negative about the conflict. Oh, negative. Just covering a lot of it.
I thought that was really bad. Listen, I know you're going to type it forever. I can't believe you're saying this. He keeps telling educated about the topic. Fuck up. They believe anything Trump says. Yeah, they believe anything Trump says, or they don't believe anything. It hurts how fucking dumb you are right now. Okay. Oh God. We're gonna do one, and we're gonna move on. Okay. Do you believe what the media told you about January 6th? What am I wrong about?
Our purple walker has been
What am I wrong about? I mean, but there's no way that there's not a single thing that you can give me that I'm incorrect about.
Not a single thing.
Is it that we didn't look retarded? Because I think that we did. I think if you ask anybody else in any other country except for the people in like Venezuela, they're like, oh yeah, we had that happen last Tuesday. But like otherwise, yeah, we did.
Jesus.
Sorry. Literally everything. Everything. I'm wrong about everything. Wow.
I agree the January stuff looks stupid, but I don't think we'll told them to do that.
So, let me ask you a question. For the people that broke the windows at the Capitol building that day, what do you think should happen?
Oh my God, this chat. You mean the FBI?
No, I'm not.
You mean the feds? Is that sound like that? This one. Nice.
I'm asking you guys. I'm asking him. Because, like, there's a video of people breaking windows. There's actually multiple videos, but there is a video.
Our orange walker has been
There was literally a Democrat Fed that was inciting violence and breaking the Capitol, and the people called him the Fed. He was talking about right. There's multiple videos of cops letting people in. Wow.
And to be fair, I did see this on the mainstream media. So are they actors? Maybe they're actors. Do you think people that commit a misdemeanor should be in prison for 10 to 20 years? You have turned my question into a hyperbole in the opposite direction in order to turn the conversation around on me. I did not say they should be in prison for 10 to 20 years. But do you think they should go free? Do you think Trump should pardon them? I don't think they should go to jail for 10 to 20 years either. I think that's a waste of our taxpayer money to do that. That's too long. But I don't think they should get pardoned.
Pragmatic, stylish, I love it.
How about the George Floyd rioters?
Headed to purple.
Not one person is in jail for the BLM riots. Did you know that? Not a single person got arrested or jailed. Not even one. Not one person.
What do you... You think that... Oh, well, they're fine because it was for racial justice. You think that's what I'm going to say?
Like 250 more references to Pence in this fucking. We're up to January 5th. President Trump demanded to see Vice President Pence again the same day. He canceled a planned lunch with the president. Delay a coronavirus task force meeting later the same day when he was called to the Oval Office to meet with the president. 192. What's the proof of this? The deposition of Greg Jacobs. Again. Greg.
Mr. Jake. When the storm comes, they will die of fear number.
Figure out how to keep annotations in the document all within Obsidian, along with annotations that syncs and works on desktop mobile versions. You could use this technology. Figure out how to keep annotations in the document all within Obsidian, along with annotations.
I'm stoking the flame
Deposition on which page? 157 to 158. Wait, 192. No. 215 to 217. What is like pages? Why pages? What do you think?
reached our stronghold.
Yes. Pages P, pages is PT. Why?
Enemies have breached our stronghold. Bullets stand triumph.
The correct abbreviation for pages is PP. People writing little p, but it refers to plural pages. Doesn't that seem kind of fucked up? Doesn't that seem kind of dumb? I was taught it was pluripagina in Latin. Yikes, bro. That's kind of sort of major cringe. Testified that the below excerpt from Peril may have been sensationalized, but apparently the standing up to respect. These people say you have power when you want to. I wouldn't want any one person to have that authority, but instead, wouldn't it almost be cool to have that power to come ask? No. Instead, look, I've read this, and I don't see a way to do it. We've exhausted every option, and everything I could, and then come find, and then some kind of way around this, and something that costs my interpretation is no, you don't understand. Mike, you can do this. I don't want to be your friend anymore if you can do this. Oh no.
Need help on blue.
Help. Cringe. All of this is cringe. After New York Times article that Vice President Council false statement in response by President Trump.
Let the flames rage on in furnace. One bullet may lead to many deaths.
We have a the light return composition challenge guy worked on this for a game. When I say worked on this, I mean, I think it's pretty sure it's just
Feel free to give up anytime.
They delivered the urn.
You're about to make some magic happen, my friend.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Can you help me out? Do you remember what's the name of the song you listened to that had the Phantom of the Opera sample, but with guitars and an upbeat pop structure? That was a composition challenge that was done by UK Daza. I think it was composition challenge 6 or 4 or 5, one of those. But... $210 to $11.
I will dismantle their guardians.
White House presidential call log. At 8 p.m. on June 5th, President Trump issued a statement that he dictated to his Miller, disputing the plans to count 12. President Trump lied repeatedly in a short statement. 213, 212, 213. What is this? 212. Statement from President Trump via his campaign. The New York Times report regarding comments by President Trump supposedly made 3 days. He never said that. The Vice President and I are in total agreement with the Vice President's power to act. Damn. Shame.
Enemies have breached our stronghold. The rejuvenator is this we only have one shrine left. We are relentless. Patron is exposed. Enemies have reached our stronghold.
I'm revitalized.
Mark Sharp was furious as well and called Jason Miller forcefully expressed his displeasure. So his statement could have gone out and misrepresented like the viewpoint without complication. 271 furious. Page 116.
No one's getting in between me and finishing the ritual. Throwing lightning. It's time to play.
Arrowverse music? Nope.
Reap the rewards.
Bannon publicly amplifies pressure on Vice President Pence. Trump misrepresented the Vice President's agreement with these theories on a gun off gun political advisor. Bannon pressed Trump. Or probably going to select Kennedy learn from the phone. Wait. President Trump is. Steve Bannon pressed President Trump's campaign against Vice President Pence in public and echoed the public pressure on Pence. The president can propagate by talking about his reporting authority. The subcommittee learned from phone records Bannon spoke to Trump at least twice on January 5th. During January 5th, 2021 episode of War Room Pandemic, Bannon and his guests openly berated Vice President Pence. Bannon cited an erroneous news report claiming that Senator Grassley would preside over the certification of the Electoral College vote instead of Vice President Pence. 221. Wait, find me this one. Okay, go. That's your next episode. Ooh, this one looks like it has good quotes. All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. This is going to be we watched a January 4th episode of The War Room, right? We watched
Eastern, arrive early, doors open at 7.
And it's like, got all these folks there when we were signing the TPP, remember? When you got out.
We are the Amaran. We are the forest.
There must be a decent fight around here somewhere. May my arrows fly swift and true.
Hello. Good choice.
All right.
Somebody hear a call for the legend?
Battle begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. slain. Our tower is under attack. An allied tower is under attack. An allied tower is under attack. Your skill rises. The stars fall! The rift opens! I'll crush you! Your destruction lies. Await my return.
An ally has been slain.
I will only be a moment.
An ally tower is under attack. An ally has been executed.
The stars fall!
An ally tower is under attack. An ally tower is under attack. An ally tower has been destroyed. Enemy tower has been destroyed. Double kill. An enemy tower is under attack. Enemy killing spree. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Shields!
An enemy tower is under attack. Enemy tower has been destroyed.
Attack left lane.
He has been slain. Your skill rises. An enemy tower is under attack.
Your destruction is nigh. Your destruction is nigh.
An enemy tower is under attack. Kill. An enemy tower is under attack.
Colossal blow ready.
An ally tower has been destroyed.
Make way.
An ally has been slain. An ally tower is under attack. An enemy tower is under attack. An allied tower has been destroyed.
Await my return.
The allied team has activated the Ore Prime.
Hey, bother.
An allied tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An allied tower is under attack. An enemy tower is under attack. That is enough. Enemy tower has been destroyed. Enemy killing spree. Enemy inhibitor is under attack. Enemy inhibitor has fallen. Enemy destroyed. The enemy core is under attack. The enemy core is under attack. It is ready.
Nothing I can't build. So, weapons testing's gonna have... You don't want me to get shot at today? Don't have to tell me twice. Go pick Kevin. Kelvin, whatever his name is.
I'm gonna light them up. gotta get to the shop. First I'll soak them, then I'll light them. Check out the relic shop. Got something for you. Sorry, pal.
I see the enemy!
Someone order a cocktail?
You're not gonna regret it. Ah, the old New York Times.
Our yellow guardian has been defeated.
If you're hope you win whatever fight you're about to stay strong, buddy.
There's not gonna be a damn thing they can do about this. Light 'em up! Let's go! Check out your mind. Is well earned.
Come back if you need anything else. My friend, survival. Good luck not getting shot.
Send this one. You never should have messed with me. Oh.
Keep fighting, Infernus. You never should have messed with me.
Come back if you need anything else. My friend, survival. Good luck not getting shot. Set this ball.
You never should have messed with me. Keep fighting, Infernus.
Good luck completing the ritual.
Let me show you how it's done.
I shouldn't be sitting on all this coin. Our Blue Guardian has been destroyed. Our Orange Guardian has been defeated. Our Purple Guardian has been destroyed. Everything starts with a spark. Everything starts with a spark. Their dreams come crashing down. Someone order a cocktail? I'll burn all of you. Relentless. Our Purple Walker has been defeated.
It's brutal out there, huh? Don't mind the blood on that. I got one of those for the missus. Big fan. No, I don't go selling these to just anyone.
Took him out. Going in. Don't blip. Headed to purple.
Sometimes violence is a necessary evil.
Ambition reaches across the plains, Pocket.
Letting out spirits. Spirit is free. I know how to live on the road. You can't stop me. I'm sorry for what I'm about to do. Mirage. Pays to plan ahead. These souls are angry.
Tell you what, I'll throw in a free keychain.
Channeling spirits. Need to plan this out.
Our purple guardian has been destroyed.
before, and we'll do it again.
Relentless. Well done.
Ready to teleport. No. Don't hurt him. He still won't kill him. I make my own luck. I never wanted to spread misery. Looks like today I have to. I'll fight everything I have.
Who among them can stop us?
This case isn't running out of ghosts anytime soon. Bet they weren't planning for this. Oh, they can't last forever.
They cannot run from you.
Can't hurt me. I need this to work. Channeling spirits.
Our Orange Guardian has been destroyed.
Without this case, I'm dead.
Excellent work.
Opening case. Need to plan this out. Mirage. You're trying to kill me.
Mid-boss has arrived.
You can spend Daddy's money here whenever you want.
You can outlast them. Spirit's free.
We got each other's backs.
I'll keep them on their toes.
There's no hiding from me.
I see someone appreciates fine craftsmanship.
This case isn't running out of ghosts anytime soon. Please, just stay out of my way. Letting out spirits. Today, I take a stand. You can't stop me. I didn't come this far just to die now.
Don't let them destroy me.
No more games. Finally, open in case. Teleporting. Try to kill me.
stylish.
Walker has been destroyed.
Channeling
Guardian has been destroyed.
Not today. You can't stop. I did what I had to do.
Breach our stronghold.
Don't let us out.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
I can't let anyone stand in my way. Letting out spirits. Barrage. Bet they were ready for this. These souls are angry.
Opening black hole! Best work. Good work, Pocket.
Spirits free. Time to be clever.
One shrine left.
Rush. Teleporting.
My rate is definitely going up.
Spirits free.
You'll be the last one standing. Go out there and impose your will.
Can't let them push me around. Save in this case. You can't stop me. They won't expect this.
Our blue has been defeated. Aiming. Cannot stop you.
I'll fight. You shouldn't make the spirits mad. I didn't come this far just to die now.
Protect me at all costs. Enemies have breached our stronghold. The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Channeling spirits.
Enemy damnation.
This case isn't running out of ghosts anytime soon. Never will come close.
Satan is exposed. Keep fighting.
Letting out spirits. Bet they weren't planning for this. Not today. What am I? Let's take out Abrams. Channeling spirits. You can't stop me. They won't expect this. Mirage. So dangerous.
You are perfection, Hayes.
No one among you can stop me. Nice work.
You shouldn't have made this Hayes, plan ahead.
Swing by anytime. Come back if you need anything else.
Cower before us.
This case isn't running out of ghosts anytime soon.
Enemies have breached our stronghold.
case isn't running out of ghosts anytime soon. I can get around it.
You only have one shrine left. Our Yellow Walker has been destroyed. I'm under attack.
Mirage. You should be safe in here.
Enemies have reached our stronghold.
Letting out Trina. Not today. Time to be clever.
And so another step closer to complete.
Lady Geist is here.
Good luck not getting shot.
Spirit's free. Teleport.
Enemies have reached our stronghold. Finish their patron.
You can't stop me. Lead them out. Based plan.
Protect me at all costs.
You can't stop me.
Under attack.
You can't hurt me. I can get around it. Opening case. I'm safe in here. Getting ready to teleport. This cage isn't running out of ghosts anytime.
Under attack.
Need to plan this out. This case I protect. Letting out fear. Inevitable comes first.
私は兄の名前を引き継ぎました。邪魔者は消えてもらう。あなたは私を決して殺さないでしょう。奴らを切ってやる。パワースラッシュ。前を集めよう。あなたの血を流してやる。死は始まりでしかない。彼らには一切の猶予を与えない。刃の準備。こっちを見ろ。逃げられやしないよ。充電。
Welcome to my shop of curiosity.
突然素早く攻撃してやる。剣舞を見せよう。あなたの人生は私のものです。ここでは死なないよ。復讐してやる。一つの斬撃。見えてるよ。攻撃の準備中。容赦はしません。 奴らを打ち倒してある。こっちを見ろ。私は戦いをやめません。死ね。彼らは私が来るのを決して見ることはないだろう。見えてるよ。仲良くしようか。耐えます。踏み組には絶対服従。容赦はしません。死なないよ。彼らの血は私に力を与えてくれるでしょう。刃はただの焦点。本当の武器は私の意志。できません。俺は死なないよ。地獄の斬撃。充電。
don't mind the blood on that. It's gently used. Good luck not getting shot. Someone's using their noodle. My friend's survival is paramount. We live in interesting times, don't we?
One day I'm gonna die, but it ain't gonna be today. A little trouble never hurt anyone.
I thought I... Looks like I'll have to cancel class this afternoon.
My story's not over yet. Hello? Taking aim. Arrows knocked. Firing. Finding a better angle. I can empower my abilities. Evading targets. Need to find higher ground. Arrows will rain down. They won't know what hit them. Goodbye. I do not miss.
I hope you find what you're looking for, Great Talon. Good luck completing the ritual. Well, someone's looking to make a statement. I got one of those for the missus. Big fan. No, I don't go selling these to just anyone.
The hunt is about to get more interesting.
Your abilities are about to go to the next level.
I won't let my family down. I've missed being on the hunt. I see you. Sending arrow. I have eyes on them. There you are. They can't run forever. Disengaging. Engaging. They're in my sights. Leading the target. Target's marked. They won't find me to be easy prey. They won't get the drop on me. I'll lure them into my trap.
Now go out there and impose your will.
Charging. The hunter strikes.
My friend Survival, look who's ready for a 2 a.m. metro ride. You have a good eye.
Taking shot. I see. Contact. I see. Aiming. Sending arrow. Engaging. Target's marked. The hunter strikes. Arrows locked. I'll fire from above. Taking it. Goodbye. Taking the shot. If I stay on...
Excellent work.
On the move! This hunt is over. It might be time to use these souls.
I see someone appreciates.
If I
my
want to summon the
craftsmanship.
patron, I need to be well equipped. Time for evasive tactics. Laying the trap. Fire. Let them run. It will not save them.
Generally speaking, putting one in the head is always good advice, but it's good luck not getting shot. Stay safe out there. Stay safe out there. I hope you find what you're looking for, Great Talon.
Charging. Hello. They're in my sights. Repositioning. Evading targets. Trap is set. On the move. Surprise. Disengaging. Setting snare. If I stay on the ground, I'm dead. Let's see what you catch, my friend. Trap out.
A little bit of the divine right here in your hot little hands.
時までしっかりついておいで。
I will bring the end.
This will be a story to tell the Grand. This will be a story to be remembered.
Ready to do some field testing.
In and out, quick and clean, just like the textbooks. I love this team. For this match, anyway. Another beautiful day for an op.
definitely one-dimensional. They're copy-pasted tropish, like the psychopathic guy who thinks he's God and wants to do good, but he's like selfish and crazy, and then like the crazy artistic detective dude, like I don't know.
Because he's a big evil, and he's going to do evil. It's like, well, there's a hell of a lot going on.
It's more like generalities with the different factions in the world, right? In Lord of the Rings you have these factions which are good or evil, and in Game of Thrones it's more like a bit grey.
And like,
I don't think it's just the folly of complex is good, but that specifically one-dimensional is a term used for an absence of complexity being part of a work's failings. It's just a matter of negative loading, in my opinion. I guess, yeah, one-dimensional could come off as negative. I mean, that's fair. I don't know how else to describe it, though. Morally, characters have less moral ambiguity, maybe. I feel like people would still get ass mad, but
in those terms, you can actually agree with that, but
sometimes it feels
like it sounds like all of them know what I meant. They just got triggered hearing that one-dimensional word.
When it comes down to specific characters, there's definitely a lot more nuance there.
Yeah, there's so much interesting things to talk about.
Well, so in the Lord of the Rings, you've got like characters like Boromir and Denethor and whoever else. I guess Faramir to a lesser extent. They get tempted by the ring, which then gives them much more, I guess, ambiguity on the scale of.
No, it really doesn't. No, there is no ambiguity at all. Like they are tempted by the ring. The ring is bad. They're good people. Do all of these people? Not all of them are redeemed. The Boromir guy is redeemed. The crazy father guy is not redeemed, who jumps off and kills himself. Why is the ring bad? Because it gives you absolute power. Absolute power corrupts.
Battle begins in 5, 4,
Of good to evil. But in the context of the Lord of the Rings, if we're just taking the films, they're basically being corrupted by something that is just absolute evil. Like, that's not ambiguous. And whether Destiny knows that, I have no clue. But yeah, if he's comparing that,
like Gollum,
comparing that to Game of Thrones, yeah. Well, because like Gollum is definitely a complicated character, but the fact that the ring is like pure evil, like.
Is Gollum a complicated character? Maybe if you watch The Hobbit, maybe he's more complicated, but.
I don't know if Destiny knows that necessarily. I'm not sure.
So this is the thing. I actually do think that there are aspects of the could list to be like the Lord of the Rings is more one-dimensional, but I'd be like, but there are plenty of those in Game of Thrones. It's just like,
yeah, absolutely.
I'm happy to concede Lord of the Rings isn't as politically complicated, but I mean, I wouldn't want to undermine Lord of the Rings. And obviously, this is the more interesting conversation out of all these clips because the rest of them are like fucking. Can't even start because it's like this thing. My thing I like is actually pro my political thing. You're like, okie dokie, thumbs up. you do your thing.
Well, I think it's because the central conflict in Lord of the Rings does end up being a lot more clear cut in the end.
No, so this is the problem. It's all It's all POV because in Lord of the Rings you still got to build armies and connections that are complicated with people who may or may not have the same motivations as you. In Game of Thrones, all of it eventually comes to a head of we have to fight the army of undead monsters that simply want all things to be dead. That's not exactly complicated.
You have the historic feud between the elves and the dwarves.
Oh god, don't make me defend season 8 of Lord of the Rings. Jesus Christ, that's technically not really the biggest conflict in Game of Thrones. Or did I say season 8 of Lord of the Rings? Game of Thrones. It's technically not the biggest conflict in Game of Thrones at the end, even though the whole show is kind of like building up to it. At the end, it ends up being Cersei versus Daenerys, or like Daenerys versus the world, I guess.
Target.
It's really.
Why did we need to see Arya running through the city for like 20 minutes? I feel like there was like 20 minutes of screen time wasted on Arya just running. Like, we get it. The city's getting blown up. It's desperate. Like, do we really need to see that? For how much of that episode was wasted? Okay, we're gonna get another shot of her running. I need you to run through here. Another shot of this. What was the point of the white horse? Oh god, that's a horse. White horse, sure. What would have been a cooler ending storyline for Game of Thrones? Literally any 4chan green text or any post on Threefold or any post basically anywhere on the internet ever would have been a better ending.
To me, it feels unfair to Lord of the Rings when we do it this way. You know?
Well, also,
I would completely agree with you. Yeah, I would completely agree with you, Mahler, if they actually ended the show on the Army of the Dead and they didn't.
Oh, he's gonna bring it up. Oh look, these guys are coming up. They're there.
I mean, you're not arguing that they made it complicated and interesting at the end, are you?
No, but it wasn't about the long night.
So yeah.
No. I'm not saying it was good.
Yeah, but it's not multi-dimensional. They just say the guy with the best story gets the throne. That's you, Brad. Which was just like, what?
Engaging
I feel like we got to remember as well that like the extended Lord of the Rings is obviously long. It's like what 11 and a half, 12 hours or something. But comparing that to 8 seasons of Game of Thrones, that's like 60 hours of content. It's obviously going to be more complex.
And I guess to
well, it doesn't have to be more complex. DBZ is very long. That's not very complex. 5 people. What about Vegeta?
Round it out then. I don't know that it's necessarily saying that anything is bad because it's one-dimensional. I just don't think that Lord of the Rings is one-dimensional. It's a bit more complicated than that.
Not 100%.
I guess if you had like a scale of simple good versus evil story and then more complicated everyone's Shades of Grey story, Lord of the Rings is probably closer to the simple good versus evil story.
You think? Yeah? The itty bitty hobbit farmer people against the literal fucking demon eye? Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Than Game of Thrones, but it's not one on that scale.
Yeah. The politics in Lord of the Rings are simpler because like there's the factions are very far apart. Like Gondor isn't near Rohan, which isn't near Rivendell, and they can kind of just keep to themselves, and there's no war for any one throne. So the conflict in it is just against the big evil kingdom to the Mordor.
Oh, wait, sorry, it's not over yet. We've got more.
Because it's time to place control.
But this, I threw this in just because it seemed relevant. This was the recent thing with.
There you go. I think that was okay. Yeah, they all agree with me. Provocative. Which of these is your favorite battle in Game of Thrones?
Engaging target.
Cringe and lame and stupid and drive. Why doesn't everybody just use this? Also, bastards with an A or an E at the end here. Why doesn't everybody just use the shield crush move? Since apparently it's like unbeatable. You just surround everybody and you just push them with the shields until they all get crushed and die. Oh my god.
Contact!
Oh no. It was patched out immediately afterwards. Sounds like maybe I should have told him. Oh no. Battle of the Bastards was shit. It was literally Lord of the Rings. Gandalf shows up at the end with the cavalry to save the day. Except that was different because that was fucking awesome. One, they knew that Gandalf was coming by the light of the whatever bullshit day, number one. So two, so you had like a purpose or a direction for that entire like fight because you knew that they were like trying to hold off or wait until he comes at the end, and then they have like the big, and they all go riding onto their horses on the fucking things. And wait, am I thinking of the right one or am I mixing up the other one? Gandalf shows up. Wait, fuck, I might not be thinking of. Was this Helm's Deep? Is this the one where he's like, ride with me? Oh, and this guy's here too? Oh my god, the soundtrack to Lord of the Rings was so fucking good. This is an amazing soundtrack. Who was it? It's not Peter Jackson's the director. Who did the music for Lord of the Rings? Howard Shore. Good performances, good everything. It's a good. These are great movies. Okay. This is the one where the guy shows up, right? And there he is. The guy going back and forth and doing the speech, the king guy. If I had a president giving this kind of speech, man, I'd be ready. Okay, so next to
I'll be back in a second. An enemy tower is under attack.
Good job.
Contact!
No, I'm getting
surprise!
Cringe. So this was cringe and
An ally
stupid.
has been slain.
Oh. This is going to be the best, but it also has a huge problem, okay? It also has a huge problem. This is...
Knock!
Cringe. Anything that has Daenerys even tangentially related is just... Tangentially or tangentially? Tangentially? Is cringe. We watched some YouTube video once, and it fucking ruined so much for me. No.
Surprise,
Don't
surprise!
turn off the stream for like 10 minutes, okay?
Engaging target.
6 minutes. Okay, go away. Go away for a second. This ruined me.
What is a necklace, and why is it important in films? Simply put, it's a movie trope frequently used.
Wait, was this the thing we watched? I feel like it wasn't this cringe. It sounds like a
What is a necklace, and why is it important in films? Simply put, it's a movie trope frequently used to demonstrate super strength, often applied to make one character appear helpless or outmatched compared to another. It's used a lot in comic book and fantasy movies, so why is this important? Well, unfortunately it has been misused to compensate for bad writing or to fill in for action scenes in PG-13s. Which leads me to a term I've coined called the protagonist throw.
No, it must have been.
What is that, you ask? It's a neck lift combined with a throw. Originally used for intimidation, the earliest movie I've seen the use of the protagonist throw, and used effectively, is in the original 1985 movie Fright Club, when Jerry the vampire confronts the protagonist Charlie in order to threaten Charlie into stopping his investigation on our villain. The antagonist demonstrates his super strength by lifting Charlie by the neck, followed by throwing him into the room. Jerry is only threatening Charlie and doesn't necessarily want to kill him, but he could kill Charlie if he really wanted to. An example of this would be shown later in the film when Jerry gets angry and kills a nightclub bouncer by crushing his throat and throwing him across the dance floor. Now, a misuse of this trope would be in the 2011 remake of Fright Night, where Jerry clearly wants to kill Charlie, but for some weird reason grabs his neck and throws him, then intimidates him for no reason, while only 15 seconds earlier Jerry had just grabbed and killed a man with no hesitation. Now, I know there'll be a lot of people raising their hands and saying, well, if Jerry had killed Charlie, then the movie would be over. And they would be absolutely right. The movie, where it tries to choke her but isn't quite close enough to get a grip on her throat. About Terminator 2, and your subconscious would be gone. In its range.
I feel like we watched a different YouTube video on this. I feel like I remember this. We must have watched a different video. There's no way it was.
Both movies have the same level of success and scores on IMDb. Oh wait, no they don't. Okay, well what about Terminator 2? The T-1000 must at least poke John Connor, right? It almost kills him, but no, it never touches him. And for a good reason.
Is the goal to never enjoy campy things? No, it has to do with like drama. I feel like his other video was so much better than this. Or somebody did another video of this, it's more serious. But like in Terminator 2, there's a lot of drama around where is it the T-1000? Where the liquid robot guy is. Because if he gets close to you, he will kill you. He will absolutely kill you. And that's an interesting concept. There's never like a time when he's just like, throwing people around. I don't think.
IMDb. Oh wait, no they don't. Okay, well what about Terminator 2? The T-1000 must at least poke John Connor, right? It almost kills him, but no, it never touches him. And for a good reason. The T-1000 literally kills anyone within its range. With that in mind, can you imagine it grabbing John and throwing him? No, because that would be stupid, and the suspension of disbelief within the movie would be broken, and the threat of the Terminator within your subconscious would be gone. The movie does not need to be realistic, only believable and internally consistent. When a director pushes an audience beyond what they're willing to accept, the scene fails in the eyes of that audience. As far as science fiction or fantasy is concerned, I know I'm willing to go along with the explanations and explanations.
Wait a second.
Consistent. When a director pushes an audience beyond what they're willing to accept, the scene fails in the eyes of that audience. As far as science fiction,
wait, is he? Oh wait, shit. Wait, is that not the same actor? Hold on. Terminator 3. Let's compare.
in the eyes of that audience. As far as science fiction or fantasy is concerned, I know I'm willing to go along with the expiations and explanations of how the movie works. When the laws of the movie are broken, it comes off to the content. And yes, Jonathan should be dead this scene, and Captain Boozer should be dead too. In The Mummy, the main protagonist gets thrown around, while everyone else around him gets horrible.
Happens so much. For literally no reason. And the guy next to him gets insta-killed. He gets insta-give. No plot armor. No plot armor for that poor guy. This isn't hard one?
Engaging target.
Whoa! Uh-oh. Rip and dead. Instantly. Instant death. Now what's gonna happen to John here? Well, the guy, he's got a long fucking spear. He just stabbed that one dude. It looks like John's about to get stabbed in the back. Oh, nope. He just taps him on the shoulder and... Awesome. Why not stab him? Wouldn't that make sense when you got a big old stabbing weapon?
The prize is ready.
Another little grab and throw there.
Contact.
Is under attack.
Oh! Same move as below, where he breaks the weapon. Totally unarmed and stunned opponent for you. With your weapon up. Oh my god. Time to stab him, right? Nope. Go ahead and give him a little push. This happened constantly show Arya gets stabbed like 12 times, so does the back and forth. It's way worse. Oh yeah, the Arya stuff.
Yeah, okay.
Engaging target.
Yeah.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah, okay.
Just so everybody appreciates, it's not that hard to crack an egg with one hand, and you don't want to waste any of the egg white. You'll notice in the video, just waste egg white. Like, it doesn't cost $3 a gram. There you go. Make sure it's all out.
No one gives a fuck about the egg white, Mike. What are you gonna diet?
Another
Who cares?
beautiful
The yolk is the
day
best
for
part
enough.
anyway.
By the way, look at that. Anything in there? And if there's anything really still stuck in there, because you know you want to make sure it's all.
He's not about to. He's no shot.
Hold it. What you want to do is rub your finger just.
Literally, no one in the history of all of making eggs has ever done this. In the history of all of egg kind, nobody. No, if I saw somebody doing this, they're getting 50-150 immediately. We're calling a psychiatric institution, and you are being committed because you are. There is some crazy mental problems going on here. What the fuck?
That stuff right there. Right there. That's how hard it is to crack. By the way, it's not funny.
I can't tell who he's trolling. Is he? I don't know if he's trolling. If he's saying that people are too excited about the Kamala clip, or if he's making fun of conservatives saying people are too excited about the Kamala clip, or I don't even know. I don't know what I don't know what he's supposed to be parodying here.
Neither Kamala.
He hates Kamala. Okay. Oh wait, you can tell by how they say their name.
By the way, it's not funny either, Kamala.
So he says Kamala, which means he hates her. But he could also be trolling the people who say Kamala. I've started to call her Kamala as a troll on the people who call her Kamala. But now I'm forgetting how to say her name sometimes. It's Kamala.
Defend mid lane.
An allied tower has been destroyed.
Wait, what? Speaking of things nobody ever does.
An ally has been slain.
When we don't do the piece of Toilet paper can dab it off or degenerate skull. Always do stuff. Man, I can't tell if you're trolling or not.
An enemy tower.
Can't at a urinal? Well, sure, you're out in public.
Everybody briefed on the plan?
Regroup. Regrow.
Or you use the guy's shirt.
Who's there? Contact! Contact!
Servers in your server kind of Twitter bot sounds as Zuckerberg released letters saying Facebook was pressure to censor Hunter Biden's wiener. Nice. Base.
Surprise, surprise!
Usually this
Engaging target.
generally, if you're at the stall, or if you're at a urinal, stroke a little bit. After you pee, before flush it around home, God should advise that stuff auto push your dick towards the water.
An enemy has been slain.
Gear checked and ready for combat.
An allied tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Contact! Contact!
Over all copies of unreleased Wu-Tang album. I thought he already gave these up.
Bang!
Have I forgot my geography this much, or does this picture not make any sense? Am I crazy? What is this? ISOSP is about to start a Southeast Asia streaming next week. Who's working here at Dexerto? Hello?
Let's get this party started! Ready to surprise! Contact!
The Philippines are all the islands in Malaysia, like the one piece on the the Philippines.
Easy.
But it's not, they just highlighted, whoever did the map here just highlighted the wrong part.
Who's there? Engaging target.
Somebody Google, I think this is the Google for just Middle East. The Google map, not even Greater Middle East, just Middle East. Yeah. Rip. I don't even know how they got this. They would have had to Google the wrong thing. They used to call it the Near East.
An allied tower has been destroyed.
Bang!
Let me go brush my teeth.
Surprise, surprise is up.
He's visiting the Middle East.
Engaging target. Ready to surprise.
Surprise! Check it out. Engaging target. Replay. Give me eyes on that. Contact! Keep your eyes on that. Easy. I'll be back in a second. Is under attack.
Ooh.
Check it out. Engaging target. There.
Right? Or is this who am I looking
Dancing. What wrong with you? Yeah, hit them folks. Let me see you hit them folks. How you hit them? He killing it. Let me see you hit the reverse. Hit the reverse. Quick, hit the reverse. I'm gonna tap my whole thing. Hit the reverse, nigga. All that DMing and shit. Show me how to dance, nigga. I know how to dance. I be dancing my girl dance. You gotta leave dance. You wanna fuck my hoe? Dance. Dance, nigga. You talking about dance, nigga.
Defend left lane.
I don't know why I was on this. This DG tried to defend your take about the local thing is not capable of missed the mark. Analyze the video and explain why he is off. Yeah, bro, I saw the link, but it's an hour and 30 minutes.
Yeah, there was a complex of streamers who were also coaxing Ethan certain ways. Like they made clips about me fucking crying, and then put it everywhere, made fun of me, like he's fake crying. It's hard. It's hard to.
I like how Hassan's way of explaining that leftovers ended and how it was actually GGG's fault, because by the way, we're the source of all evil on the internet. We're the reason why Israel, the genocide is still happening in Palestine, by the way.
Back it up, that's arrived.
I like how the explanation is just Ethan is such a fucking retard. He's so stupid and retarded that DGG and Destiny brainwashed him, mind raped into thinking that Hassan is a bad guy when actually Hassan was a good guy the whole time. It was all DGG's insidious planning behind the scenes. And Ethan being a fucking retard. That's the story that Hassan wants to tell.
That was a weird ass time, dude. It is what it is.
Surprise, it's up.
Well, I think it was, you know, there was a lot of fucking reasons, you know?
An ally has been slain. Surprise.
All the fucking reasons.
Contact.
Hello? Yeah? Tell us more, please. Normal human emotion? Like you implying that Rittenhouse, some 17-year-old kid that was in a gunfight and have killed 2 people, must have been faking tears? Meanwhile, you're up here being like, oh, there was a funeral and they shot at the funeral and it was so sad.
And rip the Palestinian flag!
Oh my god, they ripped the Palestinian. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Fine! What a fucking bitch!
Palestinians can have a moment of...
Defend left lane.
That one guy who turned out to be a fucking ginormous racist, he got IRL cyberbullied. It's like, bro, how do you say that? How do you openly write that online without feeling a fucking
shamelessness?
Tower has been destroyed.
Thoughts on this video is showing how relying mostly on low skill immigrants might not be the best long
just like the
term.
textbooks.
Oh boy. By YouTube channel Into Europe.
Needs immigration to keep functioning, or does it? Well, Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, who was elected on an anti-immigration platform, granted 400,000 worker permits to help address labor shortages. Yet at the same time, following an election defeat, Frans Timmermans, leader of the left-wing PvdA GroenLinks in the Netherlands, has stated that uncontrolled immigration would blow up the Dutch welfare state. These conflicting statements make it pretty hard to know what's actually going on and if immigration is actually good for Europe's economy. To make matters more complicated, most immigration debate in English is about the United States, which receives different immigrants and has radically different labor and welfare systems from that of European countries. And that's why I spent the past couple of weeks diving into some of the most recent studies that have come out on the subject for European countries, to try and navigate the highly politicized topic of immigrants and the economy. And I did all this work reading study after study and navigating government databases just to be called a racist in the comment section. And also to answer the question of whether immigration is actually good for European economies, European workers, what it means for European welfare states in the long run, and seeing what would happen if Europe adopted a Japanese-style approach by severely limiting immigration. Anyways, this is the story of the economics of immigration. This video doesn't have a sponsor and is made possible by Inter-Europe Patreon supporters. So, Europe is taking in a lot of immigrants and politicians want to have even more. While this policy is partly driven by European sentiments and guilt surrounding colonialism and the impoverishing and destabilizing role it has across the world, Europe's hunger for migrants in the past and today is principally justified through the necessity to tackle 3 major economic challenges. Europe, like much of the world, is aging rapidly, and this is posing 3 major economic problems for European countries. The first is that much of Europe is experiencing a demographic-led labor shortage. Because there are fewer people of working age, it's simply harder to find people in sectors like construction, agriculture, as well as skilled labor for jobs like technicians that form the backbone of the economy. A steady supply of labor can help keep labor prices low and help European industries remain competitive. And the thing is that this labor is needed in order to maintain prosperity. Fewer people means fewer goods and services can both be produced but also consumed, which would reduce the overall prosperity of Europe. In other words, with a decreasing population, Europe will experience a form of degrowth, with businesses closing due to a shrinking number of consumers buying their products. And this shrinking prosperity can be a problem that Europe wants to tackle with criticality, maintaining the welfare state. That's because with more people retiring, the ratio of non-workers to workers in European countries has risen steadily over the past decades, putting a lot of pressure on the welfare state. More people means more pensions and healthcare systems, which have to be paid for by a shrinking pool of labor, something that I covered in a previous video. And that's why many European countries have turned to immigration to tackle or at least reduce some of these problems.
I think that sounds like great. It was for the episode. I don't like calling it just the welfare state though, because I feel like that's a bit sensitive. I don't think he's. I don't know. Well, I don't know about this channel. This guy. I don't know if he's trying to. But usually, again, when people think of welfare and welfare drainers, people think of like low-skill immigrants coming and eating away at all the welfare spending, when in reality I think it's old people, especially consuming things like healthcare and stuff, who aren't working anymore, that are the huge drains on the welfare state at the moment.
Many European countries have turned to immigration to tackle or at least reduce some of these problems. Over the past 2 decades, European countries have opened their doors to large quantities of immigrants, either through regular channels like the Schengen area, the deliverance of additional work permits, its family reunification policy, by opening its doors to refugees, or through irregular channels with the migrants crossing the Mediterranean. So can these immigrants help tackle Europe's economic challenges? Well, in order to answer that, we first have to distinguish between different types of immigration. Some of the absolute worst studies and books and news articles that I've read on the subject of immigration have been terrible because they fail to put immigrants into different categories.
Yes. I wonder which categories he uses.
Most do this because they either don't refer to data that makes the distinction, or what I can only assume is to muddle the waters on the actual impact.
I think I always say that they should both have they should always be legal immigrants, illegal immigrants, and refugees. You could delineate even further from temporary, like visa workers, low-skill immigrants, high-skill immigrants, people coming in through like family or marriage. I mean, like family is part of the process, but at the very least, you can't speak about all immigrants, illegal and legal, and then refugees and then immigrants. You can't speak about these all with the same brush. You're pulling from such unbelievably different categories.
Impact of different types of immigration. From the studies I've read, there are basically 4 ways to classify immigrants, which I'll have to jump in between when talking about immigration's economic impact. The first classification is between high-skilled and low-skilled, with a separate subcategory for refugees, which is often used to study economic impact and employment rates. The second is a distinction between EU and non-EU migration, which from what I could tell is mainly because of how EU immigrants are a separate category in most demographic and economic data produced by Eurostat.
For EU immigration, if you're in the Schengen area, I don't know if you have to, I imagine you have to register. But any EU citizen in the Schengen zone can move to any other EU state, right? There's like no, is there even a process for it? Like if you're French and you want to move to Germany, you can just do that, right? I don't think you have to,
We will
I don't think.
The Statistics Bureau of the European Union. This is also pretty useful since EU versus non-EU tends to match up pretty closely, though.
People don't already do that, so like when Republicans complain about immigrants, they want foreign students, worker visa retainers, immigrating through family. Yeah, this happened with every debate I've had. I think even the last one I had with Lauren and the weird European duders, I think they were doing it a little, but people like to just talk about all these people as though they're like, it's really silly.
So not perfectly with the high low-skill divide. The third is nearly exclusive to Denmark, which separates immigrants according to their country of origin. And finally, another type of data focuses on the type of permits people come on, whether it be for work, study, family reunification, or as refugees, which again can be used for comparing the effectiveness of different entry points for immigrants and how they affect the labor market. So now that we know about the distinctions, back to the first of our 3 economic problems. Do immigrants prevent labor shortages in critical jobs? And actually, do immigrants work at all? Well, according to social data, a majority of immigrants do end up working, but there are some pretty big disparities between groups in terms of employment. If you look at the statistics from Eurostat, EU immigrants actually outpace that of natives, while that of non-EU immigrants is usually quite a bit lower. According to the separate study, refugees are less likely to work compared with other immigrants.
I haven't studied this in non-EU immigrants, but one of the biggest issues is immigrants, for some reason, going to some country. Like, you go up to this country for whatever reason, it just can't work. Any time you're taking on a ton of people that you're not going to work, that's just fucking retarded. You're always fucking yourself over. Hardcore. Why would you ever do that? It's so stupid.
This is usually quite a bit lower. According to the separate study, refugees are less likely to work compared with other immigrants.
That might be true. But again, the refugees.
Only for refugees, they
now, a fuck ton of refugees. Isn't this the case in Europe?
Are a bit lower. According to the separate study, refugees are less likely to work compared with other immigrants. Employment for refugees is basically 0 for the first year in Germany, as they aren't allowed to work while their paperwork gets processed.
But also, you need to keep in mind too, there's different numbers between each category as well. Refugees historically shouldn't be a very big number, but in 2013 and after for a bit, for Syria, they were a huge number, right?
22% Finland, only 22% of refugees are employed after a decade. The
That's really bad. 22%. 22% of refugees. 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 22% of refu
International Labor Organization.
You mean they can't find work, or they can't work for other reasons? They can't work for a combination of reasons. Some might not speak the language or have like skills that they can actually employ in the economy. Other times there's like weird paperwork hurdles that you have to jump through to be able to work in the country because of all the
ready for combat?
everything else. It's a complicated nightmare of bullshit. Basically.
The nation seems to confirm this, with it taking about 20 years for refugees in Sweden to catch up with family reunification immigrants in terms of employment. Rigid rules to live and work, language barriers, and workplace discrimination slow down immigrants joining the workforce. For refugees, it also has to do with the bureaucracy that prevents them from working in the first place, as well as the generosity of European welfare states. In Denmark, male refugees found employment faster once they experienced benefit reductions.
I wonder if this is because, assuming the highest level of charitability, the study was done well, I could see this being the case. But also I wonder if the reduction in benefits was paired with like the ability to work. Like, okay, your paperwork is all done, you can work, and now we're going to reduce your benefits. Or if it was just like getting benefits, now we're going to start reducing them to save you work. All immigrants can work and work visas are immigrant
This is in sharp contrast to the US, where there is less welfare and more incentives.
Some states might prefer visas because you can have a visa to bring in workers just for a season, like seasonal labor, and then send them back afterwards.
Work. Refugees catch up with the high employment rates of other immigrants after a decade.
That's true too, though. Like if you're a refugee, I don't know if you would want to work as much too. Because it probably depends on when you think you're going back home. Because like, let's say I'm a refugee in a country for 6 months, like I truly might not give a fuck. Like I'll stay here, whatever. You want to pay me money? Fuck it, that's great. Why the fuck would I get a job and start like beginning a life in this country when I'm just waiting to go home? Maybe, I don't know. It might depend on where the refugees come from as well.
80% employment. It might explain why France, Italy, Germany, Denmark, and other European countries have moved to cut public benefits to refugees, but also immigrants in general, to push them into the workforce. But with most immigrants actually working, we can ask ourselves what jobs immigrants actually fill. Because all the studies agree that Europe is facing a labor shortage, particularly for lower skilled professions. Well, according to the EU data, immigrants do go work in low skilled jobs with labor shortages. But again,
Talking about just migrants here, not necessarily refugees, right? But
immigrants actually working, we can ask ourselves what jobs immigrants actually fill. Because all the studies agree that Europe is facing a labor shortage, particularly for lower skilled professions.
Wait, you categorize refugees and asylum seekers. I think they're basically the same thing, right? The only difference is an asylum seeker is already at your country before he claims asylum. Body first and then is settled. Isn't a refugee and asylum seeker essentially the same as if the asylum seeker is already at your country? Is living in your car base so you can save on rent? Depending on how cold it is where you live.
Well, according to the data, immigrants do go work in low-skilled jobs with labor shortages. But again, there are some huge disparities between jobs. Migrants are overrepresented in jobs like building frame workers, bartenders, and waiters in countries with no labor shortages, while at the same time, more migrants were called upon to fill jobs like machinery mechanics and repairers, structural metal workers, drivers, and personnel care workers in countries that did have shortages. If we look at individual country data, in France, the job
labor shortages corporations love saying that there are labor shortages. More immigration decreases their labor costs. Supply. Yeah, that sounds
like where immigrants were the likeliest to work were in household help, for care and cleaning, security agents, waiters, cooks, or for municipal maintenance.
Don't think just living in a car, cops constantly harass. It just depends on where you go. When I was living in my car, the places that I got least harassed at were usually gas station, like truck stop parking lots. Sometimes you could park in the back. You would always want to park near the lights, but you could park in the back of Walmart or Target parking lot, although you could get harassed there. But you go to gas stations or truck stops, I've never been harassed. I have one of those lists before, but your mileage may vary, I guess.
In Germany, they work for cleaning, food production, transportation, construction, and tourism. And that's a problem considering that Europe's labor shortages are more related to talent than they are with the actual amount of workers. So does that mean that immigration is not actually contributing to fixing Europe's second problem, that of a shrinking GDP and decreasing to talent production and tourism? And that's a problem considering that Europe's labor shortages are more related to talent than they are with the actual amount of workers.
That sounds not right, but I'm still going to look it up right now. We'll take him at his word.
So does that mean that immigration is not actually contributing to fixing Europe's second problem, that of a shrinking GDP and decreasing prosperity? Well, growing your population is one of the surest ways to increase your country's GDP. In 2022, 64% of job growth and half of the economic growth in Spain could be linked to immigration. For highly skilled workers, the benefits are quite clear. They lead to productivity growth across the economy. But it's not all bad for low-skilled workers. According to the study from the World Bank, low-skilled workers might still have an impact on productivity by allowing skilled workers, mainly natives, to specialize more. For example, if one of my parents were sick, me and my siblings would have to take care of them. But by having a healthcare worker, a significant amount of whom are lower-skilled immigrants, I might be able to spend more time on the hyper-productive activity of producing YouTube videos. But this is an effect that is hard to measure, and I haven't found any studies explicitly attempting to measure it. The other way immigrants increase prosperity is by consuming goods and services. Let's say that I'm now a baker, and I sell 4 baguettes a day. If I can now sell 6 because more people moved into town, I became more productive and might now be able to hire some help to grow my business. The increased population simply makes...
Do they measure unemployment differently? Do they do like the equivalent of like labor force participation or E6 or whatever, as opposed to our E3 or? That's insanely high.
Another beautiful day for an owl.
Hello? Wait, what's happening here? Jesus.
More business as possible and increases quality of service. However, this increase in consumption might also pose a problem when it comes to things like housing, for which there's currently a serious supply limitation, and which I touched upon in a previous video. So while immigrants do actually grow the economy in terms of GDP, we can ask ourselves what their impact is on public finances, or in other words, whether immigrants help save the welfare state. There's this pretty new type of graph that looks at your net fiscal balance. It basically measures...
Holy shit! We derived this, we drew this. Stream! Without even knowing about it! That's how ingenious we are. Who was here for that lesson, for lecture 427?
How much taxes you pay versus how much you receive in social benefits over the course of your lifetime. Generally speaking, you first consume a lot of welfare through child...
He even uses the same colors. 12 days ago, this guy might have copied us.
...care and education. As a working adult, you produce more than you pay in, and as a retiree, you once again become a beneficiary when you receive healthcare and your pension. High-skilled people tend to be more productive, pay more taxes, and claim fewer benefits, meaning they're a net gain for the welfare state, while lower-skilled people earn less, produce less, and have a much lower contribution. 5 economists associated with the Joint Research Council of the European Union actually looked into this for different immigrant groups. The result was that non-EU immigrants contributed fewer taxes, which should come as no surprise since the bulk of them are low-skilled. Meanwhile, EU migrants, which tend to be highly educated, contributed much more than natives. The Danish government actually takes this a step further, classifying immigrants and their descendants according to their regions of origin. Middle Eastern migrants had negative fiscal contributions their entire lives because of a younger retirement age, low workforce participation, particularly for women, but also because they belong mostly to the low-skilled labor pool. Low workforce
Wait, what? Hold on. Where is this graph coming from? Figure 2.7.
I'm not ready to face. I'm tired of lying to my friends and to myself.
It would be surprising to me if the fiscal, it's always a fiscal drain, even in our prime working years. That'd be pretty bad. Can we not translate PDFs, please? Is there a way to do it? Is union density a good way to short circuit an incentive to import labor? You can pay less. Shouldn't people on the right be more pro-union? Oh, that could help.
Everyone has a plan until a crow tries to peck out your eyes.
18 souls joined you in saving.
It is.
But today, you will have your satisfaction.
It's a document, bro, not a web page. Why do you think that would matter? It's a browser that's accessing text. It's not like Google has to fucking, like, the web page has to be online for the, what is that, what do you think that means? It's just the type of retarded shit in chat. What the fuck?
Easier to do my job if I keep them in one place. Lie true. No running.
Good luck.
I guess if there's, I guess if it was only refugees, and the women weren't allowed to work, and they brought a lot of What is N?
You have a good eyes.
North Africa. Pacific. Trans.
I'm going to tear through their defenses. Knock them. Need some elevation. stake.
Thank you.
Man, beast, machine. There's nothing I can't kill. This is just the beginning.
Headed this way.
7% from that.
The birds will deal with them. I go where I want.
Our orange guardian has been defeated.
I have my own opportunities. You're not bringing me down.
So the male one is lower than all the other categories, it seems. Quite a bit, like 10 points. Female
They're dead. The crows obey. The fun's really about to start.
I'll take biscuits.
Good luck completing the ritual. We live in interesting times, don't we?
Oh. This makes more sense.
Time to move. I have an omen for you.
Okay, sorry. So some. I wonder how much of this is impacted by this series. When the net contribution to different origin groups, part of the measure differences in investment each competition between the groups. So this is one of my things, is because like typically immigrants will do it after the children earlier, and then they
I want some time.
refugees or whatever. So the idea that you're having these huge
This is just the beginning.
immigrants that aren't like consuming the child welfare stuff or the elderly welfare stuff, that seems pretty crazy. But the negative contributions from descendants are primarily due to the fact that children only contribute to the extent of standardizing the underlying differences in age composition of groups. The net contributions increases the Western descendants later in life immigrants are overrepresented.
Tying them down.
Age standardization net contributions to immigrants falls. So here they did so this isn't net contributions aren't measured. These are age adjusted.
My own opportunities.
These are age adjusted demographics. That's why it's so low. Although I'm surprised this one higher.
I'll find a place to snipe. The crows obey.
The average net contribution for the origin group is calculated in the hypothetical scenario with age composition. I wonder how many refugees are still
Fly true. Going airborne. Engaging. Summoning crows.
22.6 million.
Okay, right.
And now they're back up to 2 million. Years ago, though, so I don't know how much is like. Population like replacement versus. Okay, everybody in chat spamming birth rate and no.
Good luck, Knock. Nah, to tell you what, I'll throw in a free kick.
Like the birth rate is at all corresponding.
Good work, Carly.
That's good.
Finding higher ground. You're not getting closer. exquisite. Parry them!
Syria? What's the name of Syria? Syria Islamic Republic or something? What is the Syria?
Mid-boss has arrived. Find them! I'll get the drop on them.
A while back, you made a comment that heroes are
The birds with you, Daniel.
probably mean when I said it. Everybody deals with racism in there.
Get around it.
Oh, this because it's a translation.
They will know.
There's no way.
My own opportunities.
Oh, Somalia, maybe. That would make sense,
Parry them!
Okay.
Participation, particularly for women, but also because they belong mostly to the no-skilled labor pool. So what is immigration? Participation for migrants takes this a step further, classifying immigrants and their descendants according to their regions of origin. Middle Eastern migrants have negative fiscal contributions their entire lives because of a younger retirement age, workforce participation, particularly for women, but also because they belong mostly to the low-skilled labor pool. So what is immigration?
Well, it seemed like it was mostly because of the...
They'll die at the stake.
Well, one, that is...
They won't be able to take cover.
That's not bad to do age adjustment in this check, but it seemed like many people they go
Stay right there!
But I guess they also have their as well, but...
Actual impact on public finances. Well, high-skilled workers and EU immigrants can actually make huge contributions in terms of taxes, which is why European countries are actively fighting against each other to attract young and highly skilled workers, but also talent from across the world. For low-skilled immigrants, that's less clear-cut. On the surface level, most of the benefit comes from the fact that there's demographic dividends adding workers without having to raise or educate. Refugees have additional costs on the welfare state in the lives, housing, handouts, and education, some of which may last a long time if they aren't fit to work. But there are some pretty big differences between countries about the impact of these immigrants on government balances. The study looking into the total amount of taxes versus benefits received between 2007 and 2018 found that in Germany, France, and Sweden, non-EU immigrants were in that ring and performed worse than natives. In Spain, Italy, Portugal. In 2018 found that in Germany, France, and Sweden,
I don't understand this graph. Net fiscal position by migration by natives. Natives and net drain. I guess everybody's in net drain if you run a budget deficit. Now I guess that's why is it that it's why does it reset? What's happening? Like, what's going on with this? Why?
Finding them.
Why would it? Why is it even just happening? Why would it make it reset?
The beginning.
Why?
Need up on orange.
Taking flight.
The immigrants were in that dream and performed worse than natives.
Turn Windows sound off like that. Because I want to know if shit is getting plugged in and unplugged from my computer. Alright.
Stay put.
Between 2007 and 2018 found that in Germany, France, and Sweden, non-EU immigrants were in net dreamed and performed worse than natives. In Spain, Italy, Portugal, Greece, and Ireland, immigrants, including non-EU immigrants, paid more taxes and drew out fewer benefits than natives.
Thanks for the pickup.
Germany and Sweden might have been the people that took in the most percentage of refugees, I think.
In Spain, Italy, Portugal, Greece, and Ireland, immigrants, including non-EU immigrants, paid more taxes and drew out fewer benefits than natives. If I had to guess, this can be linked with the age structure of immigrants in those countries, who tend to be more recent arrivals and younger, and therefore likelier to work. But this isn't the full picture. After all, there might be some additional benefits that we aren't taking into account, in the form of what's called indirect fiscal benefits to immigration. After all, if immigrants...
German debt has been trending down mostly. I'm very confused by that fiscal graph. Where's the money coming from? Well,
Find a place to snipe.
Careful. This is government debt. Could be that the debt is actually or stable.
immigrants increase the output of other workers, particularly the highly skilled, then some of their higher output might be assigned to the immigrants themselves. If, for example, the healthcare system for my parents allows me to produce 3 videos in a month instead of 2, then perhaps some of my productivity and the taxes I pay could actually be down to his or her help. Again, this effect is hard to measure directly in an economy, but according to Mark Cullis and Dominique Sachs, modeling the effects in the US, it's estimated that it would make up $750 in taxes per immigrant. That's not enough to make up for the total gap between welfare and taxes, but still pretty significant. Now, I couldn't find any comparable study about Europe, but based off of the parameters
It
between
is
welfare
always a pleasure to have your business, and a relief to see someone's going to be bleeding on the concrete, and it ain't going to be you.
and taxes, but still pretty significant. Now, I couldn't find any comparable study about Europe, but based off of the parameters on which this is calculated, which include the size of the benefits, also participation and income, if we have to guess the size of this effect in European countries compared to the US, I would say it's quite a bit smaller. While most skilled immigrants offer close to economic dividends due to their age, if they settle permanently as European immigration system may allow them to, then the cost of over the welfare system will increase as their age retire, but also when they have children. According to the John Reaper Council study, across nearly all welfare systems of the EU, the cost of non-EU children is far greater than that of native or EU children. Immigrant families tend to be much larger and subsidized through US welfare states, alleviate poverty and improve educational outcomes for lower income groups. The only reason that this isn't the case in the so-called Mediterranean full-purchase model seems to be that Spain and Italy have some of these dangerous family support policies for new parents, meaning they give out little in general, resulting in the no differences between immigrants and natives. While these policies.
Public expenditure.
Summoning crows. The birds will deal with them. Throwing stick.
No. He's saying that higher money spent means that the immigrant family is going to be more likely to be a history drain on the society. Which, that sounds true. Because of
This is just the beginning.
Meaning they give out little in general, resulting in the no differences between immigrants and natives. While these children could eventually call international workers, if you look into peace scores and international standardized tests, the human capital of immigrant descendant children in European countries is usually far lower than that of native children. And despite some gains for the second generation immigrants, it remains much lower than native still. This can often be explained by the lower educational background of parents, but it also shows that catching up with the community, if at all possible, is at the very least a multi-generational endeavor. And it depends on how well immigrants' descendants are integrated. While EU descended immigrants tend to outperform natives in the labor market, have better jobs and higher employment rates, it's fair to say that in many European countries, EU descended immigrants tend to outperform natives in the labor market, have better.
EU descended immigrants tend to outrate.
And it depends on how well immigrants' descendants are integrated. While EU descended immigrants tend to outperform natives in the labor market,
EU descended immigrants tend to outperform natives in the labor market. Why would that be? Maybe if most of the initial immigrants were high skilled, their children tend to be high skilled? As compared to the broad population?
have better jobs and higher employment rates, it's fair to say that in many European countries, integration of certain non-EU communities has lagged. According to Eurostat, the average employment of all immigrants across the EU was nearly 7% lower for second-generation migrants than for natives, and lower than the first generation, though there are some huge disparities between countries. In Belgium, Ireland, and Spain, the second-gen immigrants perform far worse than their parents. While in Germany and the Netherlands, countries. In Belgium, Ireland, and Spain.
Well done.
The second-gen immigrants perform far worse than their parents.
Jesus. This has to be by this. There has to be something. Really, is it 38%? Second, that's the employment rate. Is this including like children who are too young to work, or because even the native and the first gens here are very, very, very low. This has to be like
Our new guardian has been destroyed.
I make my own opportunities.
While in Germany and the Netherlands, second-generation immigrants caught up a bit with natives. While this may mean that many immigrants and their descendants are involved in the informal economy, it also means that these descendants are less likely to pay taxes. And because of the high cost of raising children, lower participation of second-gen immigrants in the workforce, low-skilled immigration is likely to drain on the welfare state in the long run. But if we look at these aspects, we might forget that there are some other aspects of immigration that we need to talk about. And that's because it's impossible to talk about immigration without looking at how it affects natives. When you look at the full picture, like what Anthony Ito and Sam Ozubijan did for European countries, immigration in general has been mostly bad for low-skilled natives, who saw decreases in employment in the short term, which eventually returned to more of a long-term equilibrium. Meanwhile, skilled workers saw gains in the long run. But the picture is actually a bit more complicated if you apply the categories that we talked about at the start of the video. And that's because as a native, you benefit more from the immigrants different from them. The skilled laborers, particularly those that were immigrants themselves, are affected by the arrival of other immigrants who compete for the same jobs. It might explain why in the clock that no one expected the anti-immigration history in Germany has been targeting the ethnic minority votes. They're the ones most at risk from the immigrants taking their jobs and are the most impacted in terms of their salaries. So this seems to suggest that all in all, low-skilled migration is bad for low-skilled workers since it raises their unemployment and decreases their wages, while it increases the opportunity for skilled workers. But there are also some societal-wide aspects of migration which also have impact on the economy. If include immigrants into the kind of social trust and cohesion, then that's an economic cost that's difficult to take into account in the calculations that we choose to contemplate. What makes this worse is the link between immigration, particularly poorly integrated immigration and crime, which could be the subject of an entirely new video. But it's something that is taken seriously by investors to France who were afraid of the lack of safety in the country, as well as the head of Sweden's central bank who is concerned about the gang war's effect on their economy. So, do the pros for immigration outweigh the cons? Well, it depends on the type of immigration. When it comes to labor shortages, high-skilled immigration has a limited impact since most shortages are for less qualified positions. While low-skilled workers help to a degree, they only have limited employment in critical sectors. Refugees, due to low-skilled and employment levels, have limited impacts for most countries. For prosperity and GDP, both high-skilled and low-skilled immigrants may get through their work and by being consumers, whereas refugees mostly do so by being consumers. Finally, when it comes to the welfare state, high-skilled immigration is a net positive, low-skilled immigration is a positive in the short run, while costly in the long term, whereas refugees are a net drain. But might there be a way to change this balance and fix Europe's migration policy? Well, Europe's first ever should be to be more selective on who it lets in and who comes into their countries. Long-term economic costs should mean that it should try to limit low-skilled immigration. Europe's current migration policy, which is driven to a significant extent by refugees and family reunification, whereby immigrants are allowed to bring their families over, is not a great recipe for solving extremely economic challenges. It's mostly low-skilled, tends to have low labor force participation, increasing the burden on the welfare state without helping tackle labor shortages in the sectors Europe really needs. One way to do this would be to implement a guest worker model similar to the one that was there in the 1960s and 70s, where workers were not allowed to bring their families and expected to return home after the end of their contract. It's currently the model in place in Poland and actually much of the rest of the world. The challenge these days is that labor migration is often tied to family reunification, and the fact that family reunification has been Europe's policy for the past 20 years means that it will be very hard to put the genie back in the bottle and return to a guest worker model. Another way to make it more beneficial is by putting immigrants to work where they are needed. Denmark has managed to increase the labor participation rate of its foreign-born population by pressuring immigrants into the workforce. In 2021, it announced that it was making social benefits for migrant women dependent on 37 hours of weekly work, while also providing educational opportunities to them. In fact, Germany's latest immigration law allows migrants to come to the country to pursue a vocational education before giving them employment opportunities. But the thing is, there are significant trade-offs between the solutions to Europe's two different goals. Short-term financing of the welfare state through mass low-skilled immigration is an opposite for the long term, and finding a sufficient amount of workers is easier if you allow family reunification visas, but that would again have an impact on the welfare state. Alternatively, there's another option. We judge that migration is simply not worth it economically, or that the impact on the social fabric is too high. You can decide to go for the Japan route and severely restrict it. Japan is by far the world's oldest country, and like many Western societies, it has received only extremely limited amounts of immigration, which makes up less than 2% of its population. As a result, Japan's attempts to limit the decline of its workforce have been focused primarily on increasing labor force participation to include more women and the elderly. While that has been somewhat successful and increased the number of workers, overall the Japanese labor force is shrinking alongside its population. This is mean decreased tax revenue, a declining service industry, a falling consumption and savings, as more money is redirected to taking care of the elderly. For companies, there has been a loss of knowledge, as the younger generation is too small to absorb what was known by the previous generation, resulting in more workplace accidents. Companies are going bankrupt due to an inability to find workers, with a 444% increase in corporate bankruptcies between 2013 and 2019. Combined with the culture of long hours, chronic labor shortages have left its working population overworked, with one study saying that 23% of Japanese companies have employees working at levels that expose them to a serious risk of death. Yikes. And because its elderly can't fill agricultural or construction jobs, which are some of the oldest professions in the country, with the average Japanese farmer being almost 69 years old, Japan is now having to turn to some level of immigration for seasonal work. But that's not the only place where it is changing. The country has been overhauling its immigration policy since 2018 to open its doors to lower skilled immigration, though most of it temporary and limited to countries that are judged similar, like Vietnam. Yet even now, restrictive immigration policies which limit the possibility for family reunification and permanent residency means that it struggles to reach its quotas for key yet lower skilled jobs like technicians. And to make matters worse, since most immigration is temporary, employers are not too keen on investing in training for staff, leading to no productivity of immigrant workers. So Japan's near zero immigration pathway is hardly the magical society that it sometimes pointed out to be. So where does that leave us, and how much immigration does your country need? Since this is an optimization problem, there isn't a clear-cut answer. It depends on welfare and integration policies, population aging, the retirement age, cultural identity factors that all shift with political preferences over time. It also depends on what society Europe wants. Does it want older, less populated, and less dynamic countries but with more cohesion, or younger, more dynamic economies at the cost of that social cohesion? That's the question that Europe's migration policy, or lack thereof, is answering for us. Since most immigration to Europe is through regular channels, Europeans actually have a say in the demographic and economic future of their continent through their votes. But what do you think? How much immigration does Europe actually need or should accept? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. After this video, I have many more questions related to integration, cultural compatibility, and the future of competition for immigration between countries to increase their labor force, which I hope to address in the future. If you've made it this far, I have one more message for you. As you can tell, this video is quite long, and the reason for that is that in one of my previous videos on U.S. housing prices, I tried to condense so much information into a 12-minute format that I missed a lot of things. A lot of the legitimate criticism that I received were things that I knew already, and that existed in the 4 previous versions of the script. But the result was a video that, as some of you pointed out, focused solely on the immigration dimension and was unbalanced. In the future, I'm quite determined to be as thorough as possible, and so the result is this longer deep dive format. This type of video costs more time to make, and because of the nature of the subject, just like for previous videos related to immigration, I'm not putting a sponsor. So if you would like to support this type of work, I would like to redirect you into your Patreon. Over the past couple of months, I've been turning to a crowdfunding campaign to help reach my 700-year goal of renting out an office space where I can build a studio instead of recording in my co-working space. With the latest videos, my Patreon supporters recently reached 100 million euros a month. So if you'd like to support the channel and more work like this one, we'll check out into your Patreon.
Wow. I feel like for the most part, it was an okay video. Immigrants of all different types, high skill, low skill, refugees, whatever, can offer benefits, can offer negatives. The goal for any country should be
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I'm gonna grab
Going airborne.
Oh, this is conversation.
Sending you.
You know what? He's on
Heck, I'm where I want.
He's on you.
The urn is being repaired.
I see Wraith.
So what's your take?
My take is the most neglected part of home ownership is the gutters.
Wrong. Amateur. He's an amateur. Let me tell you about gutters, okay? Gutters are there to catch leaves to make sure they don't fall.
Our purple guardian is being destroyed.
And then once your gutters are full of leaves, water so it's going to leak down the side of
It's personal for me.
100% agree.
I've had problems with gutters before. You get your basement wet, you get ash dams, it causes a lot of problems.
It's not good.
No, it is not, but there are fixes. Now the other
bad gutters will impact your entire foundation.
Hey, is this easy?
In case you didn't know, man, I hate owning homes. God, I hate housing. It's personal for me. It is personal for me. I hate homes. Okay, this is a quick meme. When you have a house, one of the reasons why you have gutters, okay? Now people might think, oh cool, you've got gutters because you don't want rain falling on your face when you walk outside and have a leak down your fucking roof, okay? Wrong, okay? Gutters are here. I don't know why this is the case, but gutters are here because your house, you let the rainwater accumulate runs into your house. Your house will sink into the fucking earth and explode, okay? Ideally, your gutters drain, and then they drain into something that takes the water away from your house, down into the street, or into some other area where it's not causing the dirt and everything inside your house. Your house is going to stop and sink the fucking foundation of your house. So cleaning your gutters is not just going to reduce the water.
Taking the shot.
Supposed to get at least been looking at that, so I'm going to get another focus.
but there are fixes.
Finding them.
Now the other dangerous thing is that when you live in Minnesota, fall's a great time of year, a lot of leaves. You got to get up on a ladder.
They get stuck in the gut.
Does anybody know if the guard shift that? I know they used to somehow the gutters and leaves fall into them. I don't know if they.
A lot of leaves. You got to get up on a ladder.
They get stuck in the gutter. The leaves get stuck in the gutter. I've seen many a man fall off the ladder.
Many a man, seriously.
Many a man fall off the ladder.
But there's a fix. You can put a gutter helmet over.
Oh, okay. So that's what he's saying.
For the top of it.
A gutter helmet?
It covers it. It lets the water go through, keeps it out of your house. I see this all the time.
How often do you like looking at gutters?
I look quite often, surprisingly, because
Like
I can't.
Oh, because you can immediately spot who the lazy neighbor is. Because you can see when somebody doesn't clean their gutters, the leaves are just pot. You can see them immediately.
Judge it.
The worst is having to shovel the snow off the roof so it doesn't break. True.
You know, I try not to be judgmental on people, but when I see a well-tended gutter, it says a lot about somebody. So,
What's better, a well-tended lawn or a well-tended gutter?
I'd go with the gutters.
100%. There's no doubt in your mind.
No, I think gutters are a big thing that they really matters.
Where do you buy gutters?
The downspouts I bought at Menards.
Save big money at
Menards. He's exactly right.
That's not how. That's not.
No,
That's
right. I'm not good.
You gotta leave it hanging like that.
No, you're right. Okay, you ready?
100.
Save big money at Menards. And keep your receipts, 11% rebates, but you got to send them in. It's a little bit of a challenge, but keep your receipts. You send it in. About 6 weeks later, you'll get your 11% back.
It's a great take. And you believe that cheese belongs on the inside of the burger.
Yeah, I know this is very controversial for folks, but it's
not controversial.
Not from where you come from. You've been at Juicy Lucy.
Doesn't everyone agree?
I don't
have a
think they
song
do.
called Juicy Lucy.
Good day.
Leaf Guards is a scam. Don't get it. I blew thousands on it. Works great for a few months, then stops working. Damn. You the guy who cut his lawn often, or did you always get called back? I was a twice a month, once every 2 weeks. Okay. Now,
Get the drop on them.
maybe I would have cut my lawn once a week instead of once every 2 weeks, like the true Giga Chad. But the guy behind me was insane. Okay? The guy behind me, he was one of those guys that imported fucking Kentucky bluegrass or some... Fuck that guy. And fuck... This guy must have had no life. He had nothing going for him in life besides his fucking lawn. And you better believe that no matter when I went out to mow my lawn, this motherfucker would cancel all the time.
They're not catching me.
Bullshit-ass white chair. He's I knew that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Yeah, you could immediately tell. What do you mean by that? Between my lawn and his lawn was an absolutely perfect, lush wet grass and my boring ass, basic ass, whatever fucking grass I had. Oh my god, fuck that. Gutter guards keep the leaves out, but the gutter will keep the small debris.
Stay put.
You mulch so that the lawn can feed on its dead ancestors. Mate.
By the way, you can play it at your house.
You do?
Yeah. I'll send it to you right after this.
Why did I not know that?
It's a deep cut.
It's a deal. You send it in, about 6 weeks later, you'll get your 11% back.
These are great takes. And you believe that cheese belongs on the inside of the burger.
I know this is very controversial for folks, but it's
not controversial.
Not from where you come from. You've been on Juicy Lucy.
Doesn't everyone agree?
I don't
have
think
a
they
song
do.
Take the tip.
You
more firepower.
You do?
Yeah.
Why did I not know that?
It's a deep cut. Just like the burger yourself. They're delicious.
I do believe you.
It's like a hot chocolate molten lava cake.
He knows it's Minnesota. He knows it's Minnesota well.
If there's too much grass and mulch, it will suffocate the grass underneath. And then what? It'll kill it? And then I have even less grass to mow? That sounds like that's that's like sleeping with your baby. What, you could accidentally roll over and kill it? Sounds like less diapers to change. We call that a win-win, my friend.
Die on your feet.
Probably just so funny from the election, but it's just a
No running.
Wait, Destiny, what's the first win in that? Sleeping with your baby. Your baby's adorable. When you're a new parent, it's sad as fuck putting your newborn in the other room and then hearing him cry. And he's like just come out of your
Setting up a turret.
wife. news of abandonment of the strip, but you're supposed to be careful. I've heard different trains of thought on this. I don't know what the right choice is. We slept with our baby, okay? Our baby's adorable. But I'm not entirely sure where the research is on that. Some people say that you shouldn't sleep with your baby because you can roll over onto him and suffocate him.
All right, buddy, give him hell.
But when I was a
Don't
parent,
let them out-position us!
I just don't sleep with I feel like you're hypersensitive.
Putting down a turret. We're not dying today.
Maybe it's not always like that. Maybe some people do. Or maybe some people are. I know some people didn't like to put their kids in
I'll find a place to snipe. This is just the spirit is waiting to be claimed.
Let's take our bitches.
1 year after Rick is My grandpa made back surgery and almost killed a child for 10 minutes. If I chose something, would you be doxing your child? I don't know how to do
I rise.
But that would have been more likely. My comment was in reference to wanting to see the video, not into speculating that the content would be better.
It's not speculation. It's straight up fucking. That's just a matter of fact at this point.
To be fair,
He has a big audience.
he could have picked it up at a local Goodwill or something.
Surely it must have been a Goodwill pickup.
He bought that shit.
Maybe it'll be explained in the edit. Let's just
He
jump right
absolutely
into it.
purchased that fucking
Jesus
wholesale, bitch,
Christ.
full MSRP. Anyway, pretty
Do
fun.
not listen. You do not want to go. You don't want the bad karma. You don't want somebody in Teddy Fresh showing up alone.
Well, we had a pretty fun. I mean, listen, there's a lot of people wearing Teddy Fresh. Is one of them a pedophile?
I'll buy us some time.
Yeah. I mean, almost. No, it's almost a guarantee. You know,
Nobody who
there's nothing about Teddy Fresh, the brand, that's like, nope,
no.
So it's kind of out of my control. You know what I mean? Nope. Interesting that he's a socialist. That seems like more libertarian in values. The whole wanting to fuck kids thing.
I don't know what's the weight loss. I feel like Ethan looks like 10 years younger. Jesus.
Anyway, shout out Hassan. I don't expect this crossover. Let's go ahead and watch this. Thank you, Eddie, for putting this together.
It's the Gen Z firm. Do you hear the
Kind of out of my control. You know what I mean? Is one of them a pedophile?
There's a little hum, but I think
I'll
it's
have
like
them right where I want them.
But no, their audio's fine. I'd give it
Get the drop on them.
Fresh, the brand that.
Two more things and then boring.
All right.
We'll do this one first. Right?
Stick around. Fly true.
Testing knows that he is visibly shifted. You can see it. Look at the chair. It shows vibrations with his arm. This shows beneath his rationalization and subconscious mind something is off. You feel it in your word. And you're not on firm footing. $1 million.
What is this about? Did he really get 1 million views on that video? Wait, what?
And you're not on firm footing. $1 million.
Holy shit! Wait, is that true?
They cannot hide from
Oh, I guess I got picked up because of the.
Nice work.
Tying them down.
Need some healing?
This guy got 1 million views on this video. It was really negative.
I rise. Die on your feet. Bye-bye.
I hope
What is this about?
Destiny knows he's visibly shaking. You can see it. Look at his head. It shows vibration. Look at him jump. It shows the cuck energy he keeps bubbled inside bursting out. Just like the semen of his wife's boyfriend.
He was accessible to him. I was like, using part of my mom. Someone who deeply aware to the phenomenon, Twitter, live streams. We saw the video. Her response was deeply feeling shock, sadness.
Why did you manage to seriously get hypnotic as well? Quite a strange tone with that. It's got like Riverdale vibes
Honestly, I feel like this guy. I feel like this dude. I feel like you link your own video in my chat. You're kind of big man. You got a minute. You got a minute.
3-day slide. And this is what happens when you get ready to go back into bear market. And I said, I only see 570. Why isn't it updating? On what? All right, we're in bear market. StockMarketFunding.com. Those deal was coming. If you don't believe it, we're down 727 points, and we got all the shorts out. Apple's down to $230. Look at that. Look at it. Take them all out for the big bounce off the bottom. I told everybody that you couldn't stay overbought. This is what happens when you get overbought. We told everyone in the Dow was coming. We told you that we didn't want to see you get hooked, and you may be hooked.
We need to go back to. We need to do some crypto day trading streams.
Here you go. I'm told it's 835. The Dow ticker. Wow, almost 1,000 points. We call this a capitulation. Whoa, look at that NASDAQ 100. Whoa, look at that. Almost 1,000 points down. That's a big shakeout. They're going to probably halt trading. We can't stop the...
Wait, when somebody says, like, the Dow Jones, the S&P, that it's at 1,000 points, what the fuck are the points? What does that actually mean?